Medicine in the Middle Ages was based on limited knowledge. Most treatments relied on tradition, not evidence. People believed illness came from imbalanced tumors, bad air, or punishment from God. Doctors, barbers, and monks all offered cures, but many did more harm than good. This video looks at 4 legal treatments used in medieval times. Some were painful, some were dangerous, a few were deadly. All of them show how people tried to survive in a world they didn't fully understand. Bloodletting was once the go-to answer for almost anything that seemed wrong with the human body. If you had a fever, they bled you. If your head hurt, they bled you. If you seemed down or angry, they thought your blood was the problem and tried to drain the bad parts out. This idea wasn't new either. It had been around for centuries, long before modern science understood how the body actually worked. The logic behind it came from something called humoral theory. That's the belief that your body runs on 4 main fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. If those were out of balance, you got sick. Bloodletting was supposed to bring things back into balance by removing excess blood. Doctors and barbers both did the job. Back then, barbers didn't just cut hair, they also pulled teeth and carried blades sharp enough for small surgery. People would sit in chairs while veins were opened in the arm or neck. Sometimes, doctors used leeches instead. Leeches latch onto skin and draw out blood slowly, and they were seen as a more controlled method. Either way, the goal was the same: get the blood out. People believed this would help the body reset. They thought too much blood caused pressure in the head, heat in the body, or even wild emotions. If someone shouted a lot or acted strangely, others might say they had hot blood and needed to be drained. This belief wasn't limited to one culture or time. It appeared in ancient Egypt, in Greece, in medieval Europe, and well into the 19th century. Even George Washington, the first president of the United States, was bled heavily when he fell ill. His doctors drained almost 40% of his blood in one day. He died shortly after. The tools used were simple and brutal. A lancet was the most common. It looked like a small knife and was used to make a quick slice into a vein. Bleeding bowls caught the blood and sometimes had measurement lines inside, so doctors could keep track of how much they had removed. A patient might lose a few ounces or a few pints. There was no clear rule about how much to take out. It was based more on judgment, experience, and guesswork than on any consistent medical method. Leeches were slower but no safer. A typical leech could drink about a teaspoon of blood in half an hour. Doctors might apply a dozen or more leeches to a single patient, letting them latch onto the skin and fall off when full. The wounds left behind were small but prone to infection, especially before the age of sterilization. If someone had an open wound and lived in a place without clean water, soap, or antiseptics, infection was almost certain. Even if bleeding didn't cause death by blood loss, the resulting infections often did. Despite the risks, people kept coming back for bloodletting. That's because it sometimes seemed to work. If you had high blood pressure or were flushed from fever, losing blood would cool you down. You might feel lighter or calmer right after. But these effects didn't last. Worse, they often masked the real problem, delaying other care. And if the patient got worse, doctors would sometimes respond by bleeding them again. They believed the first attempt hadn't taken enough blood. Sometimes bloodletting was part of a full-body purge. A person might be bled, then made to vomit, then given a laxative. The idea was to clean out every system. In that sense, medicine back then was closer to plumbing than to what we know today. They saw the body as a set of tubes and chambers that needed regular draining, emptying, or flushing out. When someone showed signs of illness, the response was often forceful and painful. For mental illness, bloodletting was common too. If someone was depressed, angry, or had hallucinations, doctors believed the blood was thick or overheated. Draining it was supposed to bring the mind back into balance. There was no understanding of brain chemistry, trauma, or psychological stress. Instead, everything came back to fluids and balance. If a person's behavior didn't match the norm, bloodletting was one of the first tools doctors reached for. You might imagine this was just a European practice, but bloodletting appeared in different forms around the world. In China, traditional medicine used a similar approach with cupping and acupuncture points. that involved drawing small amounts of blood. In India, Ayurveda also had treatments that involved blood removal to correct imbalances in the body's energy. Across these systems, the idea that sickness came from imbalance was a common thread. As medicine began to advance in the 19th century, fewer doctors believed in humoral theory. The discovery of germs and bacteria changed everything. People learned that infections came from outside the body, not from having too much or too little blood. Even then, bloodletting didn't disappear right away. Some doctors still used it because patients expected it. In some cases, insurance or local tradition made it hard to stop. It took time and better results from newer methods to finally push it aside. The harm caused by bloodletting wasn't always obvious at first. If a patient died days after treatment, the bleeding wasn't always blamed. Doctors might say the illness was too strong or that the bleeding had come too late. Over time, though, evidence piled up. People noticed that those who were not bled often fared better. The invention of the stethoscope, the microscope, and new lab tests gave doctors new tools to understand disease. Bloodletting had no place in this new system. That didn't stop some people from trying to bring it back. Even today, there are fringe groups that believe in blood cleansing or detox through bleeding. These aren't supported by science. The body already cleanses its blood using the liver and kidneys. Removing blood without cause weakens the body and opens the door to anemia, shock, and infection. There are rare cases when blood removal is medically necessary. People with a condition called hemochromatosis, where the body stores too much iron, do sometimes get treated with controlled blood draws. But this isn't the same as traditional bloodletting. It's based on clear lab results and monitored carefully. Modern medicine uses precision, not guesswork. No one cuts open a vein without knowing exactly why. In earlier times, people didn't have those options. They did what they could with the tools they had and the ideas they believed. Bloodletting felt like action. It gave both doctor and patient a sense of doing something. That sense of action sometimes mattered more than results. In a world where disease felt mysterious and unstoppable, taking control of the body, even in the wrong way, offered a kind of comfort. But the truth is that bloodletting often made things worse. It drained strength from bodies that needed energy to fight infection. It opened wounds in dirty environments. It gave false hope and delayed real care. People died from it every day, though the cause of death was often blamed on the illness itself. Even so, the practice endured because it fit into a system that felt logical at the time. As science changed, that system began to crack. What replaced it was slower, more technical, and harder to understand without training. But it was safer, and for most people, that made all the difference. Trepanning was the act of drilling or scraping a hole into the human skull. It's one of the oldest surgical practices we know about. Archaeologists have found skulls with round holes bored into them, some dating back thousands of years. These people didn't have modern tools, and they didn't have anesthesia. They used sharp stones or metal tools to cut through the bone. The reasons varied, but most of the time the goal was to treat something they didn't understand. They thought it would release evil spirits, bad energy, or pressure in the head. Sometimes it was used for head injuries. Other times it was used for behaviors that seemed strange or dangerous. If someone was having seizures, they might be seen as cursed or possessed. If someone acted confused, violent, or depressed, the explanation was often spiritual or supernatural. Without any knowledge of mental illness or brain function, people turned to what they believed they could fix. The head was the center of thought, and if it was acting wrong, they thought something inside needed to come out. A hole in the skull was seen as a way to let it escape. Tools were basic. In earlier times, flint or obsidian blades were used to scrape at the bone until it wore thin and broke through. Later on, metal drills or hand-crank devices made the job faster, but not any easier for the patient. There was no way to numb the pain, no antibiotics to fight infection, and no understanding of how the brain worked. The person would be held down, the skull would be opened, and the wound would be left to heal on its own. Despite the brutality, some patients survived. Healed bone edges on ancient skulls show that people lived weeks, months, or even years after the procedure. That suggests they had some level of care afterward. and that the body was capable of recovering from the trauma. But for every person who lived, there were many more who didn't. Infection was common. Bleeding was hard to stop. A single slip could damage brain tissue. It wasn't always a last resort either. In some cultures, trepanning was part of regular ritual or belief. A person might get it done more than once in their life. In parts of Peru, skulls have been found with multiple holes, each one showing signs of healing. This wasn't just emergency medicine. It was part of how they saw the world and treated illness. In medieval Europe, trepanning was sometimes done to treat head injuries. If someone got hit with a club or fell from a horse and didn't wake up right away, doctors might suspect pressure inside the skull. They didn't have x-rays or brain scans. They just knew the person was unresponsive or acting strangely. Making a hole was supposed to let blood or fluid escape. This wasn't completely wrong. Bleeding inside the skull can increase pressure and cause damage. But without clean tools or any way to control bleeding, the risks were often higher than the reward. Doctors at the time didn't always agree on when or how to do it. Some thought it was only for obvious head wounds. Others believed it could cure headaches, epilepsy, or even sadness. If someone in the village started screaming in the night or wandered into the woods talking to themselves, others might say they were possessed or sick in the head. Trepanning was one of the few things that people thought might help. There were no strict rules about the size of the hole or the location. It depended on the condition and the practitioner. Some aimed for the top of the skull, others for the sides. They didn't know what parts of the brain controlled what functions. If the patient lost speech or movement after the procedure, it was blamed on the illness, not the damage done. In a typical case, a person might be brought in after days of strange behavior. Family or neighbors would explain the signs, visions, voices, anger, or confusion. The doctor or healer would examine the skull, not for signs of disease, but for a place to begin. The tool might be a chisel, a sharp knife, or a hand drill. The person would be held still or tied down. Screaming and shaking were common. The drill would grind against the bone, sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. The smell of burnt bone, the sound of cracking, the blood, all of it would fill the space. If the patient survived, the wound would be wrapped with cloth or leaves, soaked in wine or herbs if those were available. That was the whole procedure. No scalpels, no gloves, no sterile field. In some cases, trepanning was linked to punishment or control. If someone was seen as a threat, too loud, too violent, too strange, this could be a way to force a cure. It blurred the line between healing and discipline. Without real understanding of mental health, people often believed that opening the skull was a way to let in peace or let out madness. Some believed the hole allowed the soul to breathe. Others thought it was a way to connect with the divine. In rare cases, it was used not because something was wrong, but because a person wanted to see or feel more. This kind of ritual trepanning still exists in small underground groups today. They talk about expanding consciousness or unlocking mental power. These modern versions still involve cutting into the skull, and they're just as dangerous now as they were then. Trepanning wasn't always done by doctors. In many communities, it was handled by whoever had the tools and the confidence. It could be a village healer, a barber surgeon, or even a family member. Training was passed down through practice and stories. Success was measured by survival, not by full recovery. The skull has layers. The outer bone, the inner bone, and the tissues beneath protect the brain. Cutting into it, especially without knowing what lies beneath, puts all of those layers at risk. In modern medicine, a craniotomy is done in a controlled hospital with imaging tools, machines to monitor the brain, and teams of specialists. That's a far cry from a wooden stool in a dark room with nothing but a sharp edge and a steady hand. Even in ancient times, there were people who questioned the practice. Some skulls show signs of trepanning that were never completed. It's possible the patient died mid-procedure, or someone stopped it once they saw how much pain it caused. Others might have refused the treatment altogether. We can't know their thoughts, but the evidence suggests not everyone accepted trepanning as the right answer. What's clear is that trepanning was a solution to a problem people didn't understand. They saw suffering and wanted to fix it. They lacked tools, knowledge, and safe methods, but they tried anyway. That willingness to act, whether based on belief, fear, or hope, drove the practice for thousands of years. And while it's easy to look back and see how wrong it was, it also shows how far medicine has come. Trepanning came from a time when people looked at the body with fear and awe, when pain was part of treatment, and when the line between healing and harming wasn't always clear. Leech therapy was once a common way to treat all kinds of illnesses. It was part of a bigger system of thought, the same system that supported bloodletting and trepanning. Doctors believed the body had four main fluids, called humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. If those fluids were not in balance, the body became sick. Leech therapy was used to take out blood when doctors thought there was too much of it. People thought this could calm a fever, reduce swelling, fix a bad mood, or treat a headache. It was also used for more serious conditions like infections or heart problems, even though there was no real proof that it helped. The leeches used were usually the species Hirudo medicinalis. These leeches are small, dark, and can latch onto the skin with their sucker-shaped mouths. Once attached, they use sharp teeth to break the skin and suck blood. Each leech can drink several times its body weight. It might stay on the body for 20 to 45 minutes. When it's full, it falls off. Doctors often used many leeches at once, placing them on the arms, legs, neck, or wherever they believed the problem was located. There was no exact science behind how many leeches to use. One doctor might use 4, another might use 20. They made their decision based on the symptoms they saw, the patient's appearance, and sometimes just on habit or tradition. If someone looked pale or weak after the therapy, that was often taken as a sign that it was working. The body was thought to be purging itself of excess. Sometimes leech therapy was used after surgery. People believed that leeches could prevent infection or help reduce swelling. In some cases, they were used on bruises or black eyes. If someone had a toothache, a leech might be placed on the gum. For ear pain, one could go behind the ear. There was no pain relief given, though the leech's bite caused less pain than a lancet. Still, the idea of a creature sucking blood from the body was disturbing to some, but patients often accepted it because it was what doctors recommended. Hospitals and private homes kept jars of live leeches. They were stored in water and kept cool. Leeches were not reused without risk. If someone had an infection and that same leech was used again on another person, the disease could spread. But in many places, people did not know this. Germ theory had not been accepted yet. The leech was seen as a clean tool, not a possible carrier of illness. Anemia became common in patients who received repeated leech therapy. Anemia means the body does not have enough red blood cells to carry oxygen. It causes weakness, dizziness, and fatigue. If a person was already sick, removing more blood made things worse. But if they complained of these new symptoms, doctors often thought it was because the original problem had not been treated deeply enough. The solution was sometimes more leech therapy. Infection was also a major risk. The leech's bite created an open wound. After it fell off, the skin continued to bleed, sometimes for hours. Leeches secrete a chemical in their saliva that stops blood from clotting. This was seen as a benefit at the time because it made the therapy more effective, but it also meant that patients could bleed for far too long. In dirty environments, those open wounds often became infected. There were no antibiotics. A small infection could turn into a serious one, spreading through the bloodstream. Doctors did not always wash their hands between patients. Leeches were often collected from local ponds or traded between cities. No one checked them for bacteria. The same leech might be used on someone with an infected leg and then placed next on a child with a fever. These risks were not understood at the time. The therapy was seen as natural and trusted. That trust kept it in use for centuries. Leech therapy was used for women's health too. Some doctors used leeches to treat menstrual problems, infertility, or what was called hysteria. If a woman showed signs of emotional distress, she might be told her humors were unbalanced. A leech could be placed on her inner thigh, back, or neck. This was supposed to calm the nerves or help with circulation, but it often led to blood loss and exhaustion. Children were not spared. If a child had a fever or rash, leeches might be used. Their small bodies could not tolerate much blood loss, but doctors did not adjust the treatment carefully. If the child fainted or grew weaker, it was thought to be part of the healing process. In some cases, the therapy stopped the symptoms temporarily, but the root cause remained untreated. Leech sellers made good money. In some towns, there were shops that sold only leeches. They were kept in large glass jars, crawling over each other. They were sorted by size or strength. Rich families might keep their own supply at home. Poorer families would rent them from the apothecary or call on a barber surgeon who traveled with his own stock. Medical books from the 18th and 19th centuries give detailed advice on how to place a leech. Some say to clean the skin first with water or milk. Others recommend pricking the skin to help the leech find a place to bite. Doctors were advised to remove the leech carefully once it was full. Pulling it off early could cause the teeth to remain in the skin, leading to irritation or infection. Some texts even gave advice on how to revive a tired leech by rubbing it with wine or salt water. Despite all of this effort, the therapy often did more harm than good. It removed blood, but didn't fix the illness. It caused weakness, but this was confused with healing. The practice held on because it fit into a system of thought that people believed in. That belief was powerful. When patients showed any improvement, the therapy was praised. When they got worse, doctors blamed the illness, not the treatment. Leech therapy wasn't only done in Europe. It was used in the Middle East, India, and parts of Asia. In Ayurvedic medicine, leeches were used in blood purification treatments. In Islamic medicine, leeches were described in early texts. The practice crossed cultures and was passed down over generations. Each region had its own rules and rituals, but the core idea stayed the same. The body has too much of something, and the leech will take it away. Some doctors believed the leech had wisdom. They said it knew where to bite and when to stop. This gave the therapy a kind of mystical appeal. It felt both natural and scientific to those who practiced it, but the reality was far less safe. Without understanding infection, circulation, or the function of blood, the therapy often weakened the very people it was meant to help. People turned to leeches because they trusted the system they lived in. They didn't have lab tests or scans. They relied on what they could see and feel. When blood flowed, it felt like something real was happening. And when the illness stayed, the answer was to try again. In this way, the leech became a symbol of medicine that acted first and asked questions later. People once used boiled urine to treat wounds. It sounds strange now, but at the time, it seemed like a smart choice. Medicine didn't have antiseptics, antibiotics, or lab tests. People had to rely on what was close, what didn't spoil fast, and what they thought made sense. Urine came from the body. It was warm, available, and seemed clean if it was fresh. Doctors and healers thought boiling it made it even better. They believed it would kill germs, though they didn't call them germs yet, and stop wounds from rotting. What it often did instead was introduce more bacteria, irritate open skin, and make infections worse. Urine has a few chemical properties that may have led to this belief. It contains urea, a substance that breaks down into ammonia. Ammonia smells strong and can sting. People assumed that if it hurt, it must be working. Pain became part of how they judged whether a treatment helped. If the wound fizzed or burned when urine was poured on it, that was taken as a good sign. The body was reacting, they thought. In truth, it was often reacting to damage. Boiling the urine didn't fix the problem. In some cases, it may have made it worse. Boiling can kill bacteria, but only if it reaches a high enough temperature and stays there long enough. Many old methods only involved warming the liquid or bringing it to a boil for a short time. Containers were rarely sterile. Pots were reused. Water sources were often shared with animals. Once cooled, the urine might be stored in open jars, exposed to flies, dust, and mold. When poured onto a wound, it didn't clean, it added more risks. This practice wasn't rare or hidden. It was used on battlefields, in homes, and by traveling surgeons. If a soldier took a sword cut or an arrow wound, boiled urine might be the first thing poured over it. In towns without trained doctors, local healers would save urine in jars for emergencies. Some recipes even mixed urine with herbs, wine, or honey. The idea was to create a kind of all-purpose wash. It was poured on cuts, burns, infected toes, and even animal bites. One reason people trusted it was because urine came from the body. It seemed safe. If it came from a healthy person, it must be pure. Some believed that the body knew how to heal itself, and that urine was a byproduct of that process. By reapplying it, they thought they were feeding the body's own healing power. Others saw it as a spiritual fluid. Ancient texts from Greece, Rome, and parts of Asia describe urine being used to treat illness and injury. In these texts, it is seen as both sacred and useful. If a farmer cut his leg while working and the wound swelled or turned red, a common solution was to wash it with boiled urine. If the swelling went down, people said the treatment worked. If the leg turned black or the man got a fever, the blame went to the injury, not the wash. People didn't connect the treatment with the decline. Sometimes the wound did improve, not because of the urine, but because the body's immune system fought back. But when it didn't, the result could be deadly. There were other reasons the practice stuck. It was free. In poor communities, urine was easier to find than wine or vinegar. You didn't have to grow it, buy it, or ship it. Everyone had it. In group settings like monasteries or armies, large amounts could be collected and stored. It became part of shared medicine. Some places even had rules about collecting the first urine of the day, since it was thought to be the strongest. People also used it to clean surgical tools. After a knife was used to cut open skin or drain a boil, it might be dipped in hot urine before being used again. This was meant to remove blood and kill disease. In reality, it only gave a false sense of safety. The tools still carried bacteria from patient to patient. Cross-contamination was common, but few people recognized it. If one person got sick and the next one did too, it was seen as a bad coincidence or a stronger illness. In burn treatment, boiled urine was applied like a salve. Cloths were soaked in it and wrapped around the burned skin. Sometimes ashes were added to the mix or crushed herbs. These wraps were left on for hours or even days. The skin underneath would stay damp and warm, the perfect condition for bacteria to grow. Many burns that started small became infected. The smell of ammonia mixed with rotting flesh was often a sign that things were getting worse, not better. Midwives used urine too. During childbirth, if there was tearing or if the umbilical cord was cut, boiled urine might be used to wash the area. Some midwives kept small pots of it on hand for every delivery. They believed it prevented childbed fever, a kind of infection that killed many mothers after birth. In truth, the reuse of unclean cloths and exposure to bacteria in the urine only made infection more likely. But when death followed, it was blamed on fate, not the tools. In some towns, people bathed wounds in urine more than once a day. They believed repeated washing helped. A man with a leg ulcer might soak the wound every morning and night. Over time, the skin would grow raw. Flies would lay eggs. The area around the wound would turn soft and gray. Still, as long as the man could walk, people believed the urine was keeping the infection in check. Children were sometimes treated with it too. If a child scraped a knee or stepped on a sharp object, parents might boil their own urine and use it to wash the area. In a home with no medicine, this seemed like a protective act. It didn't come from cruelty. It came from trust in what others had done before. Advice was passed down in families. Boiled urine was just another tool on the shelf, no different from garlic, honey, or vinegar. There were other fluids people trusted, like spit or breast milk. But boiled urine had a place of honor. It was tied to old knowledge. Healers spoke about it with confidence. If a wound looked better, they said the treatment worked. If it didn't, they tried again. There was no system to test results, no process to compare treatments. Belief carried more weight than outcome. By today's standards, using boiled urine to clean a wound is dangerous. It doesn't meet any modern standard for cleanliness. Even if boiled correctly, it's still not sterile. And most of the time, it wasn't boiled well at all. But people in the past didn't have that knowledge. They acted with what they knew and what they thought made sense. If something came from the body, it had to be safe. If it stung or burned, that meant it was working. These simple rules guided treatment for generations. People once treated syphilis by swallowing mercury. Sometimes they rubbed it into the skin or inhaled the fumes. But taking it by mouth, mercury ingestion, was a common method, and doctors believed it worked. Syphilis was a terrifying disease. It spread through sexual contact, caused open sores, and slowly broke down the body. The late stages could lead to blindness, organ failure, or madness. With no cure, patients were willing to try anything. Mercury seemed to help for a short time, so doctors kept using it. But instead of healing, it often poisoned the body, damaged the brain, and led to a painful death. The idea behind mercury treatment came from the belief that illness could be purged. People thought disease was a kind of impurity. If you made the body sweat, vomit, or produce saliva, it was a sign that toxins were leaving. Mercury could do all of that. It caused heavy salivation, violent diarrhea, and peeling of the skin. Doctors saw these reactions and believed the poison was being forced out. In truth, the poison was being forced in. The mercury used came in different forms. Calomel was a white powder made from mercury chloride. It was taken by mouth, often mixed into pills or powders. Another version was known as blue mass, a pill that combined mercury with licorice, rosewater, or honey. These were easier to swallow, but just as toxic. Patients were told to take them daily, sometimes for weeks or months. If someone had a syphilitic sore, often called a chancre, doctors might give mercury along with topical salves. The idea was to treat both inside and outside the body. If the sore faded or scabbed over, that was seen as proof that the mercury was working. But the bacteria that caused syphilis didn't die. It only went quiet. Later, it would return in more dangerous forms: rash, fever, joint pain, and eventually, neurological decline. Patients didn't always connect their symptoms to the treatment. Mercury poisoning causes tremors, memory loss, mood swings, and hallucinations. But these were also signs of advanced syphilis. If a person began shaking, sweating, or speaking nonsense, it was blamed on the disease, not the medicine. As the dose increased, so did the confusion. The line between cure and curse blurred. Some doctors measured success by how much a patient drooled. The term tyolism referred to excessive salivation, a common side effect of mercury. In some hospitals, nurses kept cloths under the patient's chin to catch the flow. If the cloth was soaked, it meant the mercury was doing its job. The more a patient salivated, the more they were believed to be improving. Mouth ulcers, swollen gums, and loose teeth were accepted as signs of progress. Mercury entered the bloodstream quickly. It traveled to the brain, liver, kidneys, and lungs. Over time, it built up in the tissues. Once there, it was hard to remove. Even small doses added up. People who took mercury for long periods became weak, thin, and forgetful. Some went blind. Others lost the ability to speak. In the final stages, they might lie still, unaware of their surroundings, with sores on their skin and blackened gums. Doctors didn't mean to harm their patients. They acted on the best knowledge they had. Syphilis was spreading fast, and there were no clear answers. The disease had no known cause and no cure. Some believed it came from bad air. Others thought it was punishment for immoral behavior. Mercury was one of the few treatments that seemed to do anything at all. When sores faded or rashes disappeared, it looked like success. They didn't see the damage building inside. Wealthy patients often received private mercury treatments at home. Their doctors visited daily, checking for signs of progress. Lower-class patients were treated in hospitals, often with fewer precautions. In both cases, the results were similar. If the symptoms eased, the patient might return to work. If they grew worse, they were sent away or left to die quietly. Some patients resisted the treatment. They feared the side effects and tried to hide their symptoms. Others begged for it, hoping for relief. Doctors saw both kinds. A man who could no longer walk might be desperate enough to take high doses. A woman with sores on her face might agree to anything to make them disappear. Mercury was the only option on the table. Not all mercury was swallowed. Some patients sat in mercury vapor baths. These were tents or small rooms filled with steam and mercury fumes. The patient sat inside, sweating as the vapor entered the body through the lungs and skin. It was supposed to draw the disease out through the pores. But breathing mercury vapor is one of the most dangerous forms of exposure. It caused coughing fits, chest pain, and lung damage. Still, the baths continued, especially in military hospitals. Children were not spared. If a baby was born with syphilis, doctors might give it small doses of mercury, rubbed into the skin or placed in the mouth. These treatments often killed the child. If the child survived, they might suffer from delayed growth, blindness, or mental impairment. Again, these results were blamed on the disease, not the treatment. Mercury also entered the culture. The phrase, "a night in the arms of Venus leads to a lifetime on Mercury," was a warning passed among soldiers and sailors. It meant that sleeping with the wrong person could lead to a disease that only Mercury could treat. This idea gave the metal a strange kind of power. It was both feared and trusted. People joked about it, feared it, and still asked for it when nothing else helped. Some doctors began to question it. A few noticed that patients who took less mercury lived longer. Others tried herbal remedies, diet changes, or rest. But these ideas were slow to spread. Mercury had the weight of tradition. Medical schools taught it, pharmacies stocked it, and patients expected it. It took a long time for anyone to say out loud that it might be killing more people than it cured. Meanwhile, people kept swallowing it. They took pills that made their gums bleed. They drank mixtures that made their vision blur. They trusted the pain was part of the process. They didn't see a better option. When the body began to shut down, they believed it was just the disease doing its work. No one blamed the medicine. That silence kept the cycle going. In the end, mercury was a treatment that looked like it helped and acted like it hurt. It blurred the symptoms, delayed the worst effects, and left behind new ones. It gave hope to people who had few choices and took away the very health it promised to restore. The more they took it, the sicker they became. But to them, it still felt like medicine. People used to treat illness by burning the skin. They called it cauterization. The idea was simple. If something inside the body was wrong, you could fix it by forcing it out through fire or heat. Doctors believed disease gathered in certain places, like under the skin or in swollen tissue. If you burned that area, the illness would be released. Cauterization became a way to fight infection, stop bleeding, or treat growths like tumors and ulcers. It was used in hospitals, in villages, on battlefields, and in homes. The tools changed over time, but the method stayed the same. Apply something hot to the body and burn it. The most common tool was a heated metal rod. Blacksmiths and surgeons both kept them. You placed it in fire until it glowed red, then pressed it directly against the skin or wound. Sometimes it was used on open sores. Other times, it was pressed against unbroken skin. It caused blistering, charring, and extreme pain. There was no anesthesia. The patient was held down or tied in place. Screaming was common. Passing out was expected. There were different reasons to use it. One was to stop bleeding. In a time before stitches, clamps, or proper bandages, cauterization sealed blood vessels fast. If someone had a deep cut, a surgeon could stop the bleeding with one burn. It created a crust over the wound. That crust was seen as a barrier against infection. In truth, it damaged tissue and made healing harder. But it kept the blood inside, and in some cases, that was the only goal. Another reason was to draw out disease. If a person had a lump or growth, doctors thought it might be full of bad fluid. They believed sickness collected in certain areas and needed a way out. Burning the skin created a hole, a kind of vent for illness. Sometimes they burned around the lump, hoping to shrink it. Other times they burned through it entirely. These wounds often became infected. Skin turned black, pus formed, and the patient ran a fever. Still, the method stayed in use. If the patient survived, the burn was credited. If they died, the illness was blamed. In many cases, doctors used cauterization for things they couldn't explain. If a patient had seizures, they might burn the scalp. If someone had chronic pain, they might burn the back or arms. If a child had trouble walking, the legs might be marked with heat. These burns were meant to shock the system, to change the course of the illness. There was no proof it worked, but pain was seen as part of healing, and burning gave the impression of action. Some versions used chemicals instead of fire. These were called chemical cauteries. Substances like lye, quicklime, or silver nitrate were applied to the skin. They burned in a slower, more controlled way. The result was the same, tissue death and scarring, but some doctors saw it as more precise. Others used hot oil, poured directly into wounds. This method was common in wartime. If a soldier took an arrow to the shoulder or leg, hot oil might be used to close the wound and prevent infection. It caused severe burns, but in dirty conditions, it was seen as safer than letting the wound stay open. There were also controlled burns used on purposefully chosen parts of the body. In one method, small circular burns were made along the spine to treat paralysis. In another, burns were placed on the chest to treat lung disease. The theory was that the body would redirect energy to the burn site and pull it away from the sick organ. This was not based on science, but it was repeated in medical texts and passed down through apprenticeships. Cauterization was sometimes done as part of surgery. If a growth was removed, the wound would be burned afterward. If an amputation was done, the stump would be sealed with heat. Bleeding to death was a real danger, and heat was one of the few ways to stop it. But burns to bone and muscle often led to infection. The edges of the wound died and peeled away. Flies laid eggs in the dead flesh. Bandages stuck to the burned skin and had to be peeled off daily. Cauterization was used on ulcers, both external and internal. Mouth ulcers were burned with metal rods or chemical pastes. Skin ulcers were seared at the edges. Doctors believed this stopped the spread. In truth, it made the wound worse. The tissue already struggling to heal was killed further. Patients were told to come back for repeat treatments. Each time the burn got deeper. There were religious and superstitious reasons too. Some believed fire had purifying power. Evil spirits could not survive heat. If someone acted strangely or showed signs of madness, a burn was seen as a way to force the evil out. This belief was strongest in rural areas, but it influenced formal medicine too. Surgeons did not talk about spirits, but they still used fire as a purifier. Heat was a kind of judgment passed on the sick part of the body. Children were not spared. If a child had convulsions, they might be burned behind the ears or at the base of the neck. Some cultures used coins or metal rings heated over fire. The burns were supposed to stop the fits or improve speech. Parents allowed it because they had no better options. If the child got better, the burn was praised. If the child got worse, the burn was repeated. In some places, burning became part of daily care. Chronic conditions like arthritis or gout were treated with regular cautery. The idea was to keep the illness moving, to prevent it from settling in one place. Patients showed their scars as proof of treatment. Some had dozens of burn marks running down their backs or legs. The skin grew thick and rough. Nerves died. Pain was replaced by numbness. Burning was also used as a test. If a patient didn't flinch or scream, doctors believed the illness had reached the brain. If the wound didn't bleed, it was taken as a sign that blood was blocked. These signs guided future treatment. More burns might follow. The smell of cauterization filled homes and clinics. Burnt flesh has a sharp, choking scent. It lingered on clothes and tools. Surgeons wiped their rods clean with rags, then put them back in the fire. The same rod might be used on 10 patients in a row. There was no cleaning between uses. Disease often spread this way, but it was not understood. In some regions, women were cauterized after childbirth. If there was bleeding or signs of infection, a small burn was made on the abdomen or thighs. It was meant to draw sickness away from the womb. This often caused new wounds, deeper than the original issue. But the practice continued because it fit the logic of the time. Illness must be drawn out, and fire was the most certain way to do it. Traveling healers offered cautery in village squares. They heated rods over open flames and burned people in front of a crowd. These were fast treatments, often done without asking many questions. If someone limped or coughed, they got a burn. If the person screamed or fainted, it was said that the sickness was leaving. Coins changed hands. The burn was bandaged. The healer moved on. Cauterization stayed in use for so long because it looked like it worked. Wounds closed. Bleeding stopped. The body changed. There was visible action. But the long-term harm was great. Burns got infected, people lost limbs, some never healed. Still, in a world with few tools and fewer answers, fire was something doctors could control. It made illness visible. It turned sickness into something they could touch and burn away. People once swallowed crushed emeralds to treat the plague. These weren't tiny amounts used in small mixtures. Doctors ground full gemstones into fine powder and told patients to drink it. The powder was usually mixed into wine, water, or honey. It was expensive, dangerous, and based more on status and belief than anything medical. Those who could afford emeralds often believed the stone had special power. They thought it could pull poison from the body, fight off infection, and guard against death. In reality, the only thing it caused was pain, vomiting, internal bleeding, and sometimes death from organ damage. The logic behind it wasn't random. Many people believed that gems carried energy or force. Emeralds, in particular, were linked with purity and healing. Doctors in the Middle Ages wrote about the stone's power to protect the heart and calm the spirit. Some even believed it could stop poison. If someone was poisoned, swallowing emerald dust was supposed to soak up the toxin. When the plague swept through Europe, people turned to anything that offered hope. Crushed emeralds were one of the most extreme. The plague hit fast and killed fast. People developed fever, swelling, bleeding, and black patches on the skin. Death often came within days. With no antibiotics, no real understanding of bacteria, and no vaccines, fear drove people to try anything. If a doctor said emeralds could help, people listened. The wealthy crushed stones and mixed them into drinks. They gave them to children, servants, and the sick. Some took them before they got ill, hoping it would work as a shield. The emerald powder was not safe. Even a small amount of groundstone can damage the stomach lining. The body isn't made to digest minerals like that. The tiny shards cut into soft tissue. Patients who swallowed it often developed intense stomach pain. Many vomited blood within hours. Others passed blood in their stool. Some couldn't keep food down after taking the powder. These symptoms were taken as proof that the emerald was working. They believed the stone was drawing out the plague. One case might involve a man with early signs of the plague: fever, chills, a swollen lump near the groin. His doctor brings out a fine emerald and grinds it with a mortar and pestle. He mixes the dust with a cup of wine and tells the man to drink it all at once. Within minutes, the man begins to gag. His stomach cramps. He vomits until there is nothing left. Blood appears. The doctor says this is the illness being forced out. The man weakens. The swelling gets worse. Within a day or two, he dies. His family believes the treatment came too late. No one questions the emerald. The problem wasn't just the stone's sharp edges. Emeralds are made of beryllium aluminum silicate. Beryllium is toxic in the body. When crushed and swallowed, the particles can trigger inflammation, allergic reactions, or poisoning. The damage may start in the stomach, but spread to the liver and kidneys. In large doses, it can stop organs from working. But back then, there was no way to test for internal damage. When someone's health declined, doctors blamed the plague or the will of God. Swallowing precious stones was also a mark of wealth. Poor families couldn't afford it, but those who could liked the idea of turning money into medicine. If a stone was rare, it had to be powerful. Some believed that only pure emeralds worked. Others thought flawed stones were even better because they were closer to the earth. A doctor might even tell a patient that the stone's brilliance would transfer to the blood. These beliefs made the treatment attractive despite the risks. Emerald dust wasn't always taken alone. In some recipes, it was mixed with gold leaf, crushed pearls, or powdered coral. These combinations were supposed to strengthen the body and calm the heart. They didn't. They added more sharp minerals to the digestive system, increasing the chance of injury. But patients kept taking them, especially when other treatments failed. Bloodletting, leeches, burning herbs, none of them stopped the plague. In that silence, the sparkle of emeralds gave people something to believe in. Doctors who used crushed emeralds weren't always frauds. Many were trained in the best schools of their time. They read ancient texts and believed in natural balance. The humors, blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile, had to be kept in check. Illness came from imbalance. Some believed emeralds helped restore that balance. Others believed the stone had magical qualities that kept evil spirits away. It was hard to separate medicine from faith. In some cases, emerald powder was applied to open sores. A paste was made by grinding the stone and mixing it with oil or vinegar. This was smeared on the swollen bumps known as buboes. The skin cracked and oozed. The paste hardened and stuck. The idea was that the stone would pull poison through the skin. In truth, it irritated the wounds and sometimes introduced more bacteria. Flies gathered, infections worsened, but the treatment continued. Some records mention emerald enemas. The dust was mixed with water and inserted rectally. This was supposed to clean the body from within. It caused cramping, bleeding, and pain. The theory was that the lower intestine could be purged of toxins that way. These methods were used in noble households where trained servants helped administer treatments. Again, no one doubted the stone. They doubted the timing or the strength of the dose. People sometimes wore emeralds against the skin. believing they worked best when close to the heart. If the stone turned pale, it was said to be pulling the illness out. If it cracked, it meant the stone had taken the disease upon itself. These signs were treated as facts. A cracked stone was a symbol of sacrifice. A clear one was reused. Merchants saw the demand and raised prices. Some sold fake emeralds, colored glass, or green-dyed crystals. These fakes were often softer and broke down more easily. They caused less damage than real emeralds, but people didn't know that. When a fake stone failed to help, it was blamed on impurity. More money was spent. The real emeralds were kept locked away for those who could pay the most. Doctors argued over dosage. Some said a pinch of powder was enough. Others recommended full stones ground to dust. There were no trials, no agreed-upon standards. If a patient survived, the dose was praised. If they died, it was said the stone had arrived too late to do its work. Crushed emeralds were part of a long list of gemstone cures. People tried sapphires for fevers, rubies for poison, and diamonds for weakness. But emeralds became closely tied to the plague. The green color was linked to life and healing. The expense made it feel like a treasure, something sacred. Even as patients grew weaker from vomiting blood and passing sharp fragments, the treatment remained in use. It was familiar, expensive, and glittered in the light. For many, that was reason enough to try. During the Black Death, many doctors treated the disease by lancing buboes. Buboes were large, swollen lumps that formed in the armpits, neck, or groin. They were filled with pus and blood. People believed that the sickness lived inside them, and that if you opened the sore and let the fluid out, the body could heal. The idea was simple: drain the poison, ease the pressure, and let the illness escape. But the tools were rarely clean. The hands were not washed. The blade was often reused, and instead of helping, this method usually made things worse. The Black Death spread fast. Entire towns were infected. People woke up healthy and died by evening. There was no understanding of bacteria or the fleas and rats that carried the disease. Instead, doctors looked at what they could see. Buboes were clear signs of the illness. They grew large, painful, and hot to the touch. They often burst on their own. So doctors decided it was better to open them early and drain the contents. The pain was terrible, but it was accepted as part of the cure. A typical lancing tool was a knife, a scalpel, or even a sharpened stick. In some places, barbers performed the procedure. Using razors, they also used to trim hair or beards. The blade would be pushed into the bubo until pus began to flow. Sometimes the bubo would be squeezed. Other times, a cloth soaked in vinegar or wine was pressed to the open wound. These were thought to clean it, but the cloths were often dirty. The fluid was rarely sterile. The wound stayed open. Flies landed. Infection set in. Lancing was done in homes, monasteries, and on the streets. In overcrowded cities, patients lay side by side. One blade might be used on a dozen people. The blade would be wiped but not cleaned. Blood and pus dripped onto bedding, floors, and clothes. Caregivers breathed in the fumes. The disease spread through contact with bodily fluids. By cutting into the sores, doctors increased the chance of passing it from one person to the next. In some cases, the wound was cauterized after lancing. A hot iron was pressed against the open bubo to seal it. This added another layer of pain. Sometimes it stopped bleeding. Other times it led to more swelling and more infection. If the bubo did not return, the treatment was seen as a success. But the patient was usually weaker after the procedure, not stronger. People believed that the fluid inside the bubo was full of toxins. If the bubo turned black, it was seen as a sign that death was close. Doctors rushed to lance those first. Some did it with speed. Others delayed too long. If the bubo broke on its own, the fluid spread across the skin and clothing. Anyone who touched it was at risk. Some family members lanced the buboes themselves. They used knives from the kitchen or fire pokers heated until red. The results were often fatal. The appearance of the buboes frightened people. They grew fast, sometimes overnight. They could reach the size of an egg or apple. The skin stretched and split. The person cried out or became delirious. In that state, people begged for relief. Lancing gave the illusion of doing something. The fluid drained, the pressure dropped, and for a few hours, the patient sometimes felt better. But the disease did not end with the bubo. It had already entered the blood. Some doctors thought the pus was a natural release. Others believed it needed help. Those who followed humoral theory believed the body was trying to throw out bad humors. Lancing gave the body a way to complete that process. This thinking fit the beliefs of the time, even though it was wrong. The body was not healing. It was collapsing under the weight of the infection. The spread of the plague through lancing wasn't just a problem for the patient. It put everyone at risk: family, neighbors, even the doctor. The more the buboes were opened, the more contact there was with the disease. In some cases, the doctor didn't even wear gloves. He touched the swelling with bare hands. He wiped the blade on his apron. He moved on to the next patient. Within days, the doctor himself might show symptoms. Some people tried to improve the method. A few used silver blades, thinking the metal had cleansing power. Others dipped the knife in vinegar or heated it in fire between uses. But these steps were not consistent. In villages without access to trained surgeons, the practice was even more crude. A sick person lay on a cot. A neighbor arrived with a knife. The bubo was cut. The wound oozed. A rag was tied around it. That was the full extent of care. Children were lanced too. If a child had a swollen neck or groin, parents believed the bubo had to be opened. The child was held down. The blade went in. Many did not survive. Their smaller bodies couldn't handle the shock. The infection spread quickly. Families often lost more than one child. Still, they repeated the treatment. It was what they were told to do. In towns where plague cases rose, lancing became more common. Some healers made their name by how many buboes they lanced in a day. One man might cut into 20 or 30 people. The blade stayed in his hand all day. He walked from house to house. He told people not to fear. He said the bubo must be opened. Some thanked him. Others cursed him when their loved ones died. The fear of plague overpowered reason. Once a person had a bubo, they were often shunned. Even those trying to help them avoided touching the skin. But lancing gave a reason to get close. It gave the caregiver a task. They could hold the blade, make the cut, and say they did all they could. When the bubo drained, they believed the sickness had passed, but it hadn't. It was only beginning. Records from the time describe the smell of the buboes: thick, foul, and sour. Doctors wrapped cloth around their faces. Some burned herbs to mask the odor. But when the bubo was cut, the room filled with the stench of rotting flesh. The pus ran yellow, green, or black. It soaked into the sheets. It dripped onto the floor. Dogs and rats fed on it. And still, the practice continued. When cities emptied and towns fell silent, the lancing still went on. Those who remained kept cutting into the sick, hoping the next one might live. But each cut carried more risk. Each blade passed more death from hand to hand. The plague was not held back. The infection spread faster. And the more they tried to drain it, the deeper it went. People once drank gold to cure almost anything. Fever, weakness, plague, heart problems, sadness. Gold was said to help it all. Doctors and alchemists claimed that it strengthened the body, cleared the mind, and brought balance to the soul. Gold was seen as pure, unchanging, and perfect. If taken into the body, it was supposed to make the body more like gold, strong, stable, and free from disease. The idea reached far and lasted for centuries. But gold does not heal. It does not strengthen organs or fight infection. And when taken in large amounts, it becomes toxic. People drank it in powders, tinctures, and liquids, hoping for life. What they got was nausea, pain, and slow decline. The drinkable form of gold was called aurum pabilo, drinkable gold. Alchemists made it by dissolving thin gold leaf in alcohol or vinegar. Some used special chemical mixtures to break down the metal. Others claimed to have secret methods passed down by ancient masters. The final liquid was often yellow or red, sometimes cloudy. It was stored in glass bottles and sold in small doses. Wealthy families kept it in cabinets beside their perfumes and oils. Taking gold became part of daily care, like brushing teeth or saying prayers. Doctors prescribed gold to kings, nobles, and the wealthy. It was not for the poor. Gold was expensive to make and even more expensive to waste. That made it attractive. A nobleman with a weak heart might be given a daily dose. A queen feeling tired might sip gold in the morning. If a child showed signs of fever or rash, a few drops of gold tincture might be added to wine. The practice was built on the idea that good health required good materials. If the body was sick, you gave it the best. The belief had roots in both medicine and magic. Alchemy was a mix of chemistry, faith, and hope. Alchemists believed that everything in nature had a perfect version. Lead could become gold, a sick body could become healthy. Gold, being the most perfect metal, was thought to carry healing power. Some believed it contained the spirit of the sun. Others said it aligned the body's energies. These ideas made sense to people who lived in a world ruled by symbols, not science. Gold was sometimes taken alone, but it was often combined with other ingredients. Tinctures included herbs like rosemary, sage, or saffron. Some mixtures had pearls, coral, or amber. A doctor might say the gold opened the body while the herbs moved the illness out. These were not small drops either. Some patients drank gold daily for months. They swallowed more metal than their body could use, and none of it helped. The body cannot break gold down. It does not dissolve in the stomach. It passes through slowly, sometimes damaging the lining of the gut. In small amounts, it may go unnoticed, but in larger doses, it builds up. It can cause ulcers, vomiting, and diarrhea. The mouth turns dry. The skin takes on a pale or yellow tone. People become weak, dizzy, and confused. These are signs of poisoning, but they were often mistaken for the illness itself. Doctors increased the dose, thinking the cure hadn't yet taken hold. One example comes from a court physician in the 1500s. A nobleman complained of melancholy and pain in his joints. The doctor gave him a gold tincture every morning. At first, the nobleman said he felt lighter, but within weeks, he stopped sleeping. His mouth filled with sores. His legs swelled. Still, the treatment continued. When he died, the doctor wrote that the illness had reached his heart. He did not consider the gold as the cause. Some patients used gold in more direct ways. Ground gold was mixed with honey and taken by spoon. Others dissolved gold in strong liquor and sipped it slowly. There were recipes for gold vinegar, gold water, and gold wine. Gold powder was baked into cakes or added to soups. It was said to calm the nerves and keep the blood moving. These claims had no proof, but the appearance of gold gave it weight. If it sparkled, it must be working. In some regions, monks made and sold drinkable gold. It was kept in monasteries and sold as both medicine and offering. Pilgrims bought it to cure disease or to protect them from future illness. The dose was small, but the price was high. This kept the practice limited to those with means. The sick poor had to rely on herbs, prayers, or luck. Even when results were poor, gold kept its place. People trusted what they could see. A liquid that shimmered in the glass felt powerful. It looked like health in physical form. That feeling was enough to quiet doubt. A mother giving gold to her child believed she was doing all she could. A king taking gold before battle believed it gave him strength. The appearance was as important as the effect. Doctors and alchemists disagreed about the best way to make gold safe to drink. Some said it had to be dissolved completely. Others said it only worked in living form, meaning it had to be treated with special salts or spirits. These arguments filled books and lectures. One man's method might use cinnamon and wine. Another used acid and heat. All of them claimed success. None of them tested the results. Not all gold treatments used real gold. As the demand grew, sellers began to fake it. They used brass, copper, or gold-colored powders. These were even more toxic. Patients who drank them sometimes died within days. Others developed sores in the throat or rashes on the skin. Some sellers were caught and punished. Others moved from town to town, changing names and selling new cures. There were some who questioned the practice. A few doctors noticed that patients got worse after taking gold. They wrote warnings in letters or journals, but their voices were small. Most of the medical world still believed in the power of gold. The courts, the churches, and the scholars all used it. Doubting it meant doubting everyone. The use of gold was not limited to Europe. In India, powdered gold was used in Ayurvedic medicine. In China, some believed gold extended life. In Egypt, it was part of ritual and healing. Across cultures, gold stood for life, purity, and the divine. People believed that swallowing it brought those things closer. They ignored the damage it caused. Even as some patients vomited and grew weak, others claimed to be healed. These stories spread. They gave hope to the next patient. Gold became more than a cure. It became a symbol of care. If someone gave you gold to drink, they loved you. If a doctor prescribed gold, he believed in your life. That kind of meaning is hard to argue with, but gold did not kill plague. It did not fix broken hearts or clear blocked lungs. It passed through the body, scraping and stinging, leaving behind nothing but harm. And still, people kept drinking. People used to treat wounds by applying cow dung. They believed it could pull out infection, dry the wound, and help it heal. The practice wasn't rare or hidden. It showed up in farming communities, battlefields, and homes. Some believed fresh dung worked best. Others used dried pats, mixed with oil or herbs. It was placed directly on cuts, scrapes, burns, or even surgical wounds. The logic seemed sound at the time. Cow dung came from an animal that ate grass and lived close to the earth. It was warm, natural, and familiar. People trusted it. What they didn't know was that the same mixture often introduced deadly bacteria into the body. Instead of healing wounds, it caused infections like tetanus, gangrene, and sepsis. Cow dung contains a wide mix of organic matter, partially digested grass, water, and microbes from the cow's gut. It is full of bacteria, including Clostridium tetani, the one that causes tetanus. These bacteria live in soil and animal waste. When introduced to a wound, especially a deep one, they release toxins that shut down muscles and nerves. Infections from dung aren't always fast. Some begin days later, after the wound seems to be improving. That delay made it harder for people in the past to connect the treatment with the problem. The first signs of tetanus are often tightness in the jaw or neck. That's why it's sometimes called lockjaw. As the bacteria spread, the muscles seize up. People can't swallow, they can't breathe properly. The body twists into painful shapes. Even when people stayed fully alert, they couldn't control their muscles. Without treatment, most died. Before modern medicine, there was no cure. Even today, it requires urgent care and strong antibiotics. But in the past, once the symptoms started, there was little to be done. Despite the risk, cow dung was used on all kinds of injuries. If a child scraped a knee, the parent might press dung onto the wound and wrap it in cloth. If a farmer cut his hand while working in the fields, a neighbor might smear a layer of warm dung to draw out the poison. In some regions, dung was mixed with butter or oil and applied to burns. The mixture hardened, sealed the skin, and was believed to protect the wound from air. But the air was not the enemy. The bacteria inside the dung were. The idea of drawing out infection was a common theme. People believed illness had weight and shape. If something looked swollen or red, it meant infection was trapped inside. Cow dung seemed like a sponge. It dried quickly, stuck to the skin, and had a smell that made people believe it had strength. If pus oozed out after application, they took it as proof that the dung had worked. They didn't realize that the same reaction could come from irritation or new infection caused by the treatment. Dung was also cheap. In rural areas, it was everywhere. A family with no access to doctors or medicine had to use what they had. If a child had a fever and a wound at the same time, cow dung was often the first and only thing tried. It required no money, no travel, and no permission. That ease of access made it a trusted remedy. Some versions of the treatment were more elaborate. In parts of South Asia, dung was sometimes dried and powdered, then mixed with herbs and applied as a paste. In parts of Africa and the Middle East, it was burned to ash before being rubbed into the wound. People believed that the heat and dryness added strength to the medicine, but burning didn't always kill the bacteria, and mixing ash into an open wound could slow healing and cause more pain. Cow dung wasn't only used for injuries. Some people applied it to skin rashes or boils. Others used it to treat insect bites or snake wounds. In some traditions, it was rubbed on the soles of the feet or across the chest during fever. The idea was to draw heat out of the body. The dung would dry and crack. When removed, if the skin looked less red, people said the fever had passed. One story tells of a soldier injured by a spear. He was pulled from the field and treated by locals. They packed the wound with dung and wrapped it in cloth. At first, it seemed to help. The bleeding stopped, the swelling went down. But days later, his jaw locked. He stopped speaking. His arms and legs went stiff. Within a week, he was dead. Those caring for him believed the wound had been cursed. They did not consider the treatment itself. There was no clear method to know when dung should be applied or removed. Some healers said to leave it on until it fell off. Others changed the dressing daily. There were no gloves. Hands were wiped on cloth or rinsed in nearby water. The same hands then prepared food or touched other wounds. The bacteria spread silently. When sickness appeared, it was blamed on weather, evil spirits, or bad luck. Even when patients survived, the wounds often healed poorly. The skin remained hard or discolored, movement was limited, some had permanent scars or deformities. But if they lived, the treatment was praised. The cow was seen as sacred in many cultures. Its waste, by extension, was seen as clean. This belief was strong. It overpowered the evidence that people often got worse. Dung was also used in rituals. Some healers believed it had spiritual power. They used it to mark the skin, purify spaces, or drive out bad spirits. In those settings, applying dung to a wound was not just medical, it was spiritual. Refusing the treatment could be seen as disrespectful. In some cases, patients had no choice. Doctors of the time rarely challenged the practice. Many accepted it or looked the other way. The idea of infection as a living thing hadn't taken hold yet. Even when people saw multiple patients get sick after using dung, they blamed it on the severity of the wound, not the method. That pattern repeated across regions and generations. As new medicines appeared, herbal salves, alcohol, vinegar, cow dung was used less often, but it never fully disappeared. In places where modern care was scarce, it remained a tool in the box. It seemed better than doing nothing. It was familiar. That familiarity gave it staying power, even when outcomes were poor. People trusted cow dung because it was natural, local, and used by those they respected. They didn't see the bacteria, they didn't have microscopes or blood tests, they judged by what they could feel and smell and see. If the wound looked better the next day, they believed the treatment worked. If the patient died, they believed the illness had been too strong. And so they kept applying it, soft and warm, drying into cracked patches across broken skin, believing they were helping, even as the infection moved deeper. Forced vomiting was once a common way to keep the body healthy. People didn't just use it when they felt sick. They used it as a routine, like brushing teeth or washing hands. It was part of a larger idea that the body needed regular cleaning from the inside out. Food that stayed in the stomach too long was seen as dangerous. Vomiting was thought to reset the system. It kept the body light, the mind clear, and the spirit balanced. But forcing the body to empty itself day after day came at a cost. It led to weakness, dehydration, and a slow breakdown of health. The idea came from humoral theory, which guided medicine for centuries. According to that belief, the body had four main fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Health came from keeping those fluids in balance. If someone ate too much or ate the wrong food, the balance was thrown off. Vomiting became a tool to fix that. It was used to purge excess bile or undigested matter. People believed this helped prevent disease and restore energy. This wasn't just done by the sick. Wealthy people, scholars, and even monks practiced regular vomiting. Some did it weekly, others daily. The process could involve drinking warm water, salt water, or herbal mixtures that made the stomach contract. Sometimes they used a feather or finger to trigger the gag reflex. There were no precise rules. Each person developed their own pattern. The goal was to bring up as much as possible. The more that came out, the cleaner the body was thought to be. Doctors encouraged it. They believed vomiting removed blockages, cleared the brain, and improved digestion. One physician might recommend it for headaches. Another might use it to treat sadness or forgetfulness. In cases of fever, forced vomiting was often the first step. It didn't matter what caused the illness. The belief was always that something harmful had built up inside the body and needed to come out. This approach also spread to religious practices. Some groups saw vomiting as a form of self-discipline. If a person had eaten too much or felt temptation, emptying the stomach was seen as a way to purify the soul. It was physical repentance. In some monasteries, purging the body was part of a broader routine that included fasting, bloodletting, and long hours of silence. The body was something to be controlled, not trusted. But the effects of forced vomiting added up quickly. The stomach can only take so much stress before it stops working properly. People who vomited daily often lost their appetite. Food moved through their body too quickly. They began to lose weight. Their muscles grew weak. Their skin changed color. Many began to suffer from pain in the throat and chest. The acid from the stomach burned the lining of the esophagus. Teeth began to rot. Gums bled. These problems were blamed on the illness, not the treatment. The body also needs salt and water to stay balanced. vomiting throws off that balance. Each time the stomach empties, it takes vital fluids with it. Over time, this leads to dehydration. The skin dries out. The person becomes dizzy or confused. In serious cases, the kidneys start to shut down. But people didn't understand those systems. If someone passed out after vomiting, it was seen as a cleansing crisis. It meant the treatment was working. In one example, a man with frequent stomach pain was told to purge every morning. He followed the advice. He drank salted wine, then forced himself to vomit before eating breakfast. For the first few days, he felt better. The pressure in his stomach seemed to ease, but by the second week, he could barely keep food down. He started vomiting without trying. He grew weak and pale. Still, he believed in the process. He died not long after. The physician blamed his original stomach problem, not the repeated purging. Forced vomiting was also used on children. If a child complained of stomach pain, parents sometimes gave them bitter herbs or oil to make them vomit. Some rubbed mustard on the tongue. Others gave the child a stick or feather to use. The child cried or screamed, but the parents believed it was for their good. If the vomiting stopped the pain, at least for a while, it was declared a success. Some healers took the practice further. They believed that vomiting could cure long-term diseases. People with epilepsy, joint pain, or skin disorders were told to purge regularly. If one purge didn't help, they tried another. Some went on purging cleanses for a full week. They stopped eating solid food. They took herbal drinks that made them vomit for hours. These extended purges often left people unable to walk or speak clearly. But the practice continued. There were also social reasons behind it. In wealthy households, vomiting became part of the culture of excess. Large meals were followed by deliberate purging. Guests excused themselves after dinner to empty their stomachs and make room for more food. It was not hidden. It was seen as refined. The Romans had a term, vomitorium, though the popular use of it is misunderstood. It was not a place to vomit, but the idea of clearing space to continue eating had real roots in upper-class behavior. Eating to the point of discomfort, then vomiting to relieve it, was considered a privilege. Over time, some doctors started to notice patterns. People who vomited often developed the same set of symptoms: trembling hands, sunken eyes, brittle nails, sore throats, chronic fatigue. But they lacked the tools to trace it back to the treatment. Without microscopes or lab tests, there was no way to see what vomiting was doing to the body on the inside. The damage stayed invisible until it became impossible to ignore. Some patients tried to stop on their own. They grew tired of the ritual. They couldn't handle the pain. But if their symptoms returned, headache, bloating, bad dreams, they often went back to it. It had become a habit. It was what they knew. Others were pressured by family or by their doctor to continue. If vomiting had once brought relief, the thinking went, then more vomiting would bring more relief. There were also mixtures made to make vomiting more gentle. Doctors and apothecaries mixed emetics with honey or mint. These were sold in markets and stalls, along with instructions for use. One label might say for use after overindulgence. Another promised to restore the humors or ease the weight of the stomach. These mixtures still forced the body to reject its contents, but they were dressed up as medicine. Even today, echoes of the practice remain. Cleansing and purging are still sold in different forms. The language has changed, but the idea that the body needs to be emptied to stay pure still has power. People once believed that vomiting could save them. It gave them control over what they couldn't understand. They didn't know it was slowly breaking the body down. They only knew it gave them something to do. And so they kept going. They drank the herbs, gagged into bowls, wiped their mouths, and waited to feel clean again. Enemas made from herbs and wine were once a standard part of medicine. Doctors believed they could fix almost anything by cleaning out the bowels. The body, they thought, held on to waste, and that waste turned into sickness. They used boiled mixtures of herbs, water, oil, and wine. Some used milk or honey. The fluid was poured into the rectum using long metal tubes, sometimes with the help of a hand pump. The goal was to soften waste, move bile, and flush out poison. In practice, this often caused pain, tearing, and infections. The metal tubes weren't sterile. The fluid was too hot or too strong. What was meant to heal sometimes caused lasting internal damage. doctors treated the bowels like a drain pipe. If something went wrong in the body, fever, rash, confusion, they assumed it started with blocked waste. They believed the intestines were holding in bad humors. If the body couldn't release it naturally, they stepped in to force it. An enema was one of the quickest ways to do that. It was seen as safer than bloodletting and more direct than vomiting. It gave the doctor a sense of control. The patient showed a reaction. Something happened. That was enough to call it progress. The tube was often made of tin, brass, or silver. It was long and narrow, designed to pass fluid deep into the rectum. The end had a rounded tip to ease insertion. Sometimes it was coated with oil, sometimes not. There was no standard length or shape. Some were over a foot long. The longer the tube, the more forceful the treatment. Doctors believed that the deeper the fluid went, the more effective it would be. If a patient resisted, they were held down. The liquid mixture varied by condition. For fever, the recipe might include warm wine, salt, and sage. For stomach pain, they used chamomile, fennel, and lavender. Some added garlic or onion for strength. In cases of swelling, they boiled mustard seeds or horseradish. The herbs were strained, and the hot fluid was poured into a bladder or pump. The doctor inserted the tube and injected the mixture. The patient often felt a cramp or burn almost immediately. Some fainted, others cried out. If waste came out afterward, the treatment was seen as a success. The temperature of the liquid was a serious risk. Without thermometers, doctors judged heat by touch or instinct. If the mixture was too hot, it scalded the inside of the bowel. The lining of the rectum is delicate. Burns led to bleeding, ulcers, and infection. But if a patient screamed, the doctor might say it was a sign that the blockage was breaking up. Pain was mistaken for progress. No one checked for internal burns afterward. If the patient survived, they were told the worst was over. These enemas weren't just for the sick. Some people used them as part of a regular health routine. Wealthy families kept enema kits at home. They administered them weekly, sometimes daily. Servants prepared the mixture and cleaned the equipment. Some even did the injection. In royal courts, enemas became a ritual. One French king was reported to have taken over 2,000 enemas during his lifetime. He believed they kept him young and alert. The procedure was done in private, but the results were discussed openly. Children were also treated this way. If a child had a fever, cough, or trouble sleeping, an enema was given. Parents believed it would calm the nerves or clear the lungs. Babies with colic were sometimes given small enemas made with milk and herbs. The tube was shorter, but the process was the same. There were no soft plastics, no pediatric equipment. The smallest error could tear the bowel wall. If the baby cried too much, it was said to be resisting the cure. Some doctors became known for their enemas. They had signature mixtures. One used red wine, crushed roses, and a pinch of salt. Another used boiling water and mint. Patients came to them expecting results. If one mixture failed, they tried another. If that failed, they added stronger herbs. When the patient's strength began to fade, they said it was the body purging the illness. Death was blamed on the disease, not the treatment. There were also enemas used for madness. If a person behaved strangely, shouting, shaking, or refusing to eat, they might be held down and given an enema of wine and pepper. The idea was that the brain had overheated and the bowel needed to be cooled. This often made things worse. The person became dehydrated or delirious. They were blamed for not cooperating. The enema was given again. In times of plague, enemas were used to prevent infection. Some believed the disease entered through the lower organs. Others thought it hid in the waist. An enema of vinegar and garlic was supposed to flush it out. If a person began to cough or show black spots, this was often the first treatment. The smell of vinegar filled sick rooms. The tubes were passed from one patient to the next. There were no gloves, no soap. The plague spread easily. Even when a person recovered from illness, enemas were used during the healing stage. Doctors believed the body still held on to the last traces of the sickness. A final flush was supposed to bring balance. In some cases, patients begged for it to stop. They were too weak to move. They had sores. The skin around the rectum was raw, but the procedure went on. If the body expelled anything, liquid, gas, or blood, it was called progress. Some doctors kept records. They wrote down how much fluid was used, how long it stayed in the body, and what came out. These notes were shared with students. They became part of medical training. Young doctors learned how to mix herbs, how to hold the tube, and how to read the body's reactions. There were no classes on safety, no warnings about long-term harm. It was considered a normal part of care. There were some who questioned the practice. A few noted that patients who received fewer enemas often recovered faster. Others pointed out that internal burns caused serious complications. But these voices were rare. The majority believed in the method. It was visible, forceful, and easy to explain. When other treatments failed, it gave people something to do. That was often enough. The harm caused by these enemas wasn't always clear right away. Internal damage can be slow. A person might heal on the outside, but carry hidden injuries for life. Chronic pain, digestive problems, or rectal scarring often went undiagnosed. If the person lost bowel control or developed bleeding, it was blamed on age, weakness, or the original illness. The treatment escaped blame. Still, the method continued. People boiled herbs. They poured wine. They held the tube steady. They waited for the body to respond. And when it did, when the mixture came back out, they said it was working. They didn't see the damage left behind. They only saw the motion. They believed they had done something good. So they kept going, one injection at a time. Butter and barley poultices were once a common treatment for open sores. People believed they soothed the skin, reduced swelling, and pulled out infection. The method was simple. Cooked barley was mashed into a paste. Butter was stirred in, usually fresh and unsalted. Sometimes herbs were added, rosemary, thyme, or sage. The warm mixture was spread onto cloth and pressed against the wound. It stuck easily. It felt soft. The patient often said it felt good. That comfort made it seem effective. But under that soft layer, bacteria multiplied. The barley held moisture. The butter sealed it in. The wound stayed warm, wet, and closed to air. What seemed healing was often harm. Doctors and midwives prescribed poultices for boils, ulcers, burns, and cuts. They used them after surgeries or accidents. In towns with no hospitals, this treatment was a mainstay. Healers made the mixture in kitchens or over fire pits. It didn't require rare ingredients. Barley was cheap and easy to store. Butter came from the household churn. In colder climates, these were two of the most trusted materials on hand. That made the treatment popular across villages, cities, and classes. The belief behind the poultice was tied to the idea of drawing. People thought the body held illness like a sponge. If you placed something on the skin that could pull, the poison would rise to the surface and leave the body. The poultice became that tool. It was meant to absorb. If the cloth stained yellow or brown after removal, they said the treatment had worked. If the sore looked less red, they believed the infection was going away. But the changes were often the result of trapped moisture and skin breakdown, not healing. Butter was thought to keep the mixture soft and to reduce pain. It made the poultice easier to spread. It also created a seal that kept the barley from drying out. But butter spoils fast, especially in warm rooms or on warm skin. Once it started to turn, it became a perfect food source for bacteria. On a fresh wound, this meant real danger. Flies landed on the mixture, dust stuck to it. Cloth coverings were reused, even clean-looking poultices carried risk. Barley itself holds moisture for hours. When mashed and left against the skin, it creates a warm, damp surface. That's exactly what bacteria need. Infections set in below the surface. The wound looked calm, but underneath, pus built up. Tissue began to rot. Some patients didn't notice until the pain returned. Others noticed too late. By then, the infection had reached the blood. Fevers spiked. The person began to shake. If the wound was near a joint or bone, movement became impossible. One common case was leg ulcers. If a man or woman developed a sore on the shin or ankle, it might be treated with butter and barley every day. The poultice was changed each morning. The skin softened under the mixture, but instead of scabbing over, the wound stayed wet. Sometimes it grew wider. The soft tissue at the center turned gray. Neighbors said it was the poison being drawn out. If the foot turned black, they said the infection had been too strong. In some areas, the poultice was applied for weeks. The cloth was tied in place with strips of linen. The wound was not cleaned before application. If the barley dried out, more butter was added. The patient lay still while the mixture was pressed into the skin. If they complained of pain, a warm stone was added to open the skin further. In truth, The repeated pressure and heat pushed the infection deeper. There were other risks. Rodents and insects were drawn to the smell. Cats tried to lick the mixture off wounds. Flies laid eggs in the paste. In some homes, people woke up to find maggots crawling from the edges of the cloth. These events were not always seen as problems. Some healers believed the maggots were part of the cure. They were cleaning the wound, they said. But in most cases, the presence of bugs meant the infection had reached a dangerous stage. Children with scraped knees or cuts often received poultices. Mothers pressed the mixture on without hesitation. If the child squirmed or cried, they were told to be still. The butter cooled the skin at first. The barley gave weight to the cloth. But within days, some children developed fevers. The skin around the wound swelled and turned red. If the child's leg grew stiff or they refused to walk, the poultice was blamed for not being strong enough, not for causing the infection. In some traditions, the poultice had spiritual meaning. Butter and grain were symbols of life. Barley was connected to the earth. Butter was seen as the product of patient labor. Putting them on the skin was not just medical, it was respectful. It returned the body to the land. Refusing the poultice could be seen as rejecting tradition. That pressure made it hard for patients to say no, even if they suspected the treatment was not helping. Doctors wrote about the poultice in medical texts. Some recommended adding ash, vinegar, or wine to kill infection. But these additions rarely changed the outcome. The base of butter and barley remained. It soaked up sweat, pus, and blood. It turned warm and soft. Bacteria thrived. Some doctors switched to dry cloths or honey as alternatives, but those were more expensive. Barley and butter stayed common because they were easy to find. Even when other treatments became available, the poultice held on. People trusted what they knew. If a person got better, the mixture was praised. If they died, the wound was blamed for being too deep. The treatment itself escaped scrutiny. Its softness gave it the appearance of care. The smell of warm grain reminded people of food and comfort. That made it hard to see the harm. There were no sterile tools, no soap, no way to measure temperature or check for bacteria. Wounds were judged by sight and smell. A good wound was dry and pink, a bad one was black and foul, but many wounds looked fine for days before the infection set in. By then, the body was already losing the fight. In the end, the butter and barley poultice promised healing, but delivered risk. It wrapped the wound in comfort and gave the illusion of progress. The skin softened, the pain faded for a time. But beneath the cloth, bacteria grew, and the longer it stayed in place, the deeper the damage went. Still, people applied it again and again, because it was known, because it was gentle, and because it seemed better than doing nothing. Breathing in the steam from goat lungs was once used as a treatment for asthma and other breathing problems. The method came from a simple idea. If the lungs were the part of the body that wasn't working, then healthy lungs, taken from an animal, could pass on some kind of strength. Doctors and healers believed the heat and moisture from goat lungs could open the airways and loosen the chest. The steam was said to carry healing properties from the organ itself. In practice, the only thing it carried was heat, bacteria, and a strong smell of blood and bile. Still, people inhaled it with hope, often while sitting over a bowl of freshly boiled organs, breathing in deeply and waiting to feel relief. The lungs were usually taken from a goat that had just been killed. Freshness mattered. A butcher or farmer prepared the animal while a healer waited nearby. Once the chest was opened, the lungs were removed whole and placed in a pot of boiling water. Sometimes the trachea was left attached. The boiling happened fast. The goal was to trap the rising steam. Patients sat close to the pot. A towel was thrown over their head and shoulders, creating a kind of tent. Under that cover, the person breathed in steam from the bubbling lungs for as long as they could bear it. There were no filters, no safeguards, and no way to control temperature. The lungs gave off a strong animal smell. As they cooked, they released fluid, blood, mucus, and other organic matter. The water turned reddish-brown. The steam carried particles into the nose and throat. Inhaling that mix didn't soothe the lungs, it irritated them. People often coughed harder during the treatment. But that reaction was taken as proof that the illness was being broken up. The thinking behind this treatment wasn't just symbolic. It followed the belief that like cures like. If the lungs were sick, then the lungs of another creature could help. Goat lungs were used because goats were hardy animals. They breathed well, climbed steep ground, and lived in rough conditions. People believed their lungs were strong and clean. Using pig or cow lungs wasn't as common, though it did happen. Goats, being smaller and more nimble, were thought to have a kind of purity that made them especially useful for this type of healing. Some healers went further. They didn't just use steam from the pot. They took the warm, freshly removed lungs and pressed them directly to the patient's chest. The person lay back while the organ was placed over the ribs. The warmth was supposed to pass into the body. It was meant to loosen the airways and draw out phlegm. When the lungs cooled, they were removed and replaced. This was repeated several times. The pressure often made breathing more difficult, especially in people who were already gasping for air. If they coughed up mucus during the process, the treatment was considered successful. In other versions, a person inhaled through the trachea itself. The lungs were hung over a pot of hot water, and the patient breathed through a reed or hollow stick connected to the animal's windpipe. This was done under the belief that the shape of the goat's airway would help guide healing breath into the patient's lungs. The idea sounds strange now, but at the time, it was seen as a direct way to connect one set of lungs to another. It gave the sense of action and structure, even though it did nothing to fight infection or open airways. Asthma was not understood. People didn't know what caused the wheezing or tightness. Some blamed cold air, others blamed diet, or emotions or spirits. But they all agreed that when someone couldn't breathe, something had to be done. Goat lung inhalation gave them something concrete. It felt natural. It used a real organ. The treatment looked like medicine and felt intense. For people with few options, that was enough. Sometimes herbs were added to the water: mint, thyme, or sage. These had strong scents and were known to help open the nose. The combination of organ steam and herb vapors was believed to be even stronger. In some households, families repeated the treatment weekly, even when no symptoms were present. They believed it kept the lungs clean. Children with coughs were made to sit over the pot. Some cried from the heat and the smell. Others coughed until they vomited. These were seen as good signs. The sickness was being expelled. Goat lungs were used not only for asthma, but also for pneumonia, chronic cough, and shortness of breath in the elderly. The treatment was sometimes done at night, with the room closed to keep in warmth. The smoke from oil lamps and the heavy air made breathing harder, not easier. But people believed the goat's breath, released in steam, was in the room with them. There was no way to tell if the goat had a lung infection. Sick animals often passed unnoticed, especially in small farms. If the goat had a respiratory illness, its lungs still went into the pot. The bacteria and viruses inside them turned into vapor and entered the human airway. This created a new route for disease to spread. But no one made that connection. If a person got worse, it was blamed on the original illness or on bad timing. The treatment itself was rarely questioned. Some patients became dependent on the routine. They believed they needed it to sleep or to clear their chest. The moment a cough returned, they asked for the lungs. Even when they got weaker after each session, they continued. Families supported it because it felt active. They saw their loved one doing something rather than just lying still. That mattered more than the outcome. Doctors in later years began to doubt the method. A few wrote that the steam could carry foul vapors. Others said it might weaken the lungs further, but these warnings came slowly and reached few people. In most homes, the treatment continued. The tools were simple: a pot, a towel, and an animal. The belief ran deep. Healing came from nature, from animals, from things close to the earth. Goat lung inhalation fit that logic. It offered a ritual that felt both physical and spiritual. Even as better treatments appeared, steam inhalers, herbal teas, and rest, some people returned to the old ways. They didn't trust powders or pills. They trusted what they could see and feel. A real organ, still warm from life, placed near the chest. Steam rising from a boiling pot. The sound of the lungs bubbling in water. These were signs that something was happening. And for many, that was enough to believe it was working. Placing a dead mole on the chest or back was once used to treat a persistent cough. The idea was not based on medicine, but on sympathy magic. People believed that illness could be moved from one body to another. If the sick person touched or held something thought to absorb disease, the illness would leave their body and enter the object. In this case, the object was a mole, small, blind, and seen as close to the earth. The mole wasn't just a symbol, it was the tool. It had to be real, and it had to be dead. A live animal wouldn't do. The death was part of the ritual. People thought moles made sense for lung issues because they lived underground, rarely came up for air, and yet somehow survived. That made them mysterious. Some believed the mole had a hidden strength that let it survive where others could not. Others thought its quiet nature, its sealed eyes, and soft body made it a good vessel for taking on human suffering. A mole didn't fight, didn't bite, and didn't struggle. It simply absorbed. The mole was usually caught in a trap or dug up by hand. In some cases, the animal was killed on the spot. The body was still warm when applied to the patient. The placement mattered. For a dry cough, the mole might be laid across the chest. For a wet cough, it went on the back between the shoulder blades. In children, it was sometimes tied to the neck with a cloth. The belief was that the mole would pull the cough from the lungs and take it into itself. Once the mole had the illness, the person would get better. The treatment was used in both rural villages and small towns. It didn't require a doctor, only belief and access to the animal. A family might pass the practice down through generations. Grandparents would say they saw it work. Mothers would swear their child stopped coughing the morning after using it. Stories made the treatment stronger. No one asked for proof. The cough went away, or it didn't. If it went away, it was the mole. If it didn't, another mole was used. Some people believed the mole had to die during the treatment. In those cases, a live mole was placed on the body and held there until it stopped moving. This act was supposed to create a direct exchange, life for health. The person coughed, the mole struggled, the mole stopped, the person breathed easier. At least that's how it was told. Whether or not the person improved didn't always matter. The act itself gave people a sense of control. They had done something. They had taken action. In colder climates, the mole might be warmed first. Some people heated it near the fire or placed it in cloth before applying it. Others said it worked better if the mole was freshly dead, not cold. A cold mole meant the body would pull in chill, and that could worsen the cough. A warm mole was believed to carry the life force more clearly, even after death. The same mole was never used twice. Once it had taken in the illness, it was considered dangerous. Some people buried it in a field or under a stone. Others threw it into running water. A few burned it, believing that fire would destroy the disease. If the mole was left too long in the home, people feared the illness would come back. So the disposal became part of the treatment. You didn't just use the mole, you had to remove it correctly, or the cough might return. The belief tied into older ideas about balance. Illness didn't come from bacteria or viruses. It came from disruption, cold air, bad food, sudden fear, or evil spirits. The body was a vessel, and when something harmful entered, it had to be moved out. The mole acted as a container. By taking on the illness, it restored the balance. People didn't think in terms of cause and effect the way we do now. They looked at signs, symbols, and what made sense to the world they knew. The treatment wasn't always gentle. In some versions, the mole's blood was rubbed into the skin. For stubborn coughs, people believed that extra contact helped draw out the sickness. The skin was pricked or scratched first, then the mole was pressed against it. These methods carried clear risks. Animal blood can carry disease, especially when applied to broken skin. But in a time without understanding of infection, blood was seen as powerful, not dangerous. Children were often treated this way. A boy who coughed through the night might be wrapped in blankets and have a mole tied to his chest. He would fall asleep with the animal pressed against his skin. In the morning, if he coughed less, the treatment was said to have worked. If he coughed more, they said the mole had taken on the worst of it and needed to be replaced. The family believed it. The child believed it. That shared belief gave comfort, even if the body continued to suffer. Some healers included prayers or charms with the treatment. The mole was laid on the chest while words were spoken. These were not always religious. Sometimes they were local sayings passed down through families. Others said nothing, believing silence made the transfer stronger. The cough, being a kind of restless spirit, was thought to move quietly. Loud noise might drive it deeper into the body. There were written accounts from physicians who mocked the practice. But they didn't reach most people. A farmer in a distant village didn't read medical journals. He relied on what worked for his parents, what the neighbors swore by, and what the old woman in town said to do. The doctor's warnings didn't matter. The mole was real. The cough was real. The link between them felt clear. Even when other treatments came along, herbal teas, heated stones, boiled roots, the mole remained an option. It wasn't about logic. It was about meaning. A sick person held something warm and quiet. The body responded, or it didn't. But the patient was not alone. Something had shared the illness. Something had taken it on. People kept using dead moles because they trusted the process. It felt grounded. It involved touch, warmth, and ritual. It gave the sickness a place to go. And in a world with few clear answers, that was enough. So the mole was laid across the chest, the cough stayed or left, and life went on, one breath at a time. People once believed that drinking your own blood could cure madness. The idea came from a mix of superstition, early medical theory, and desperation. Madness, what we now call mental illness, was poorly understood. People didn't know about brain chemistry or trauma. They believed that the mind could be taken over by spirits, imbalance, or bad humors. Some thought the problem came from inside the body, others from outside forces. Either way, the goal was to correct it. Drinking blood was seen as a way to regain control, to ground the mind, or to seal the spirit back into the body. This wasn't blood taken from a wound by accident. The act had to be deliberate. People cut themselves on the arm, the wrist, or the thigh. The blood had to be fresh. It was collected in a small bowl or cup and swallowed quickly before it cooled or clotted. Some mixed it with water or wine to mask the taste. Others drank it straight. In some cases, the person was forced to do it. If they screamed, cried, or fought back, they were held down. The belief was that the blood would reconnect them with themselves, that the act of drinking it would restore the balance between body and mind. In some traditions, this was part of a larger ritual. A healer or priest oversaw the process. They said words over the blood. The person drank while others watched. The idea was that madness was a kind of loss, a loss of self, of memory, of control. Drinking the blood was supposed to bring the self back into the body. It made symbolic sense to the people who believed it. The body was giving something up and then taking it back in. It was a full circle. But the body does not want to digest its own blood. The stomach reacts badly to it. Blood is thick, full of iron, and difficult to process in large amounts. Most people vomited almost immediately. The taste is sharp, metallic, and bitter. The texture is heavy. Drinking more than a small amount can trigger nausea, cramps, or diarrhea. If the person vomited, the healer might say the madness was being purged. If they fainted, it was said the body was resetting itself. The treatment always had an explanation, even when it failed. Repeated vomiting led to dehydration. In some cases, people passed out. A person who was already weak, refusing to eat, not sleeping, unable to speak, only grew worse after the treatment. But the logic said the madness was leaving, and so the process continued. Some people were made to do it every day. Small cuts were reopened again and again. Infections followed. Pus gathered around the wound. The skin swelled. In some cases, the infection spread to the blood, leading to fever, confusion, and death. If the person died, the madness was said to have been too strong. In some versions of the treatment, the blood had to come from a specific part of the body. The chest was seen as the seat of the spirit. The arms were seen as the path to action. Cutting in those areas carried special meaning. Some believed the blood had to be drawn during certain times: sunrise, sunset, a full moon. These rules changed from place to place, but the idea stayed the same. The cure had to come from within. Families often turned to this when nothing else worked. If a person screamed at night, talked to people who weren't there, or refused to eat, they were seen as mad. If they ran into the street, tore their clothes, or harmed themselves, people believed a spirit had taken hold. Doctors, if available, had little to offer. They prescribed herbs or restraints. The blood-drinking method offered something different. It felt personal. It involved no outside tools or medicine. It used the person's own body. In small villages, This treatment was done quietly. The family closed the doors. They drew the blood themselves. They used kitchen knives or razors. There were no bandages, no antiseptics. If the wound bled too much, they used cloth to press it. Sometimes they burned the skin afterward to seal it. The person might be left tied to a bed or locked in a room. If they calmed down, the family believed the cure had worked. If they screamed louder, the madness was said to be resisting. In some religious circles, this act was tied to sin. Madness was seen as punishment for pride, lust, or defiance. Drinking blood became a way to humble the person, to break them down and bring them back. Some believed the blood carried the soul. Swallowing it was a form of submission to the body, to God, to order. The act was both violent and symbolic. It caused real harm, but it also gave people a way to explain what they didn't understand. People also feared madness. It disrupted families. It brought shame. If someone was thought to be cursed or possessed, others avoided them. Drinking blood was something they could point to and say, "We tried." It gave them a sense of control. It showed they hadn't given up. That mattered in places where illness wasn't just a personal burden, it was a social one. There were variations in how the blood was taken. Some used leeches to draw it out, then squeezed the blood from the leeches into a cup. Others made small cuts and used a spoon. In rare cases, the blood was taken by another person and then fed to the patient. This was based on the belief that the illness had to be redirected. The healer would say that the blood had been purified through another body. These cases were rare and often not talked about openly. The risk of infection was always present. Tools weren't cleaned. Cuts weren't treated. People used the same knife on more than one person. In group settings, this led to the spread of bloodborne disease. But people didn't see that. They saw only the madness and the act that might remove it. If the person calmed down for even a day, the treatment was praised. Some people believed the person had to say words while drinking the blood. They repeated phrases like, "I take myself back," or "I return to my body." These weren't prayers. They were instructions, spoken proof that the person was still inside, even if hidden. If the person refused to speak, others spoke for them. The act became a kind of performance. It gave the family something to witness. It gave the healer a role. None of this came from malice. People wanted to help. They saw someone they loved fall apart. They did what they had been told, what they had seen done before. They cut the skin. They caught the blood. They pressed the cup to the lips of the person shaking in the corner. They held it there and waited. Sometimes the person drank, sometimes they turned away, sometimes they vomited, cried, or went still. The family cleaned the floor and waited for morning. If the madness came back, they said it hadn't worked yet. If the person died, they said at least they tried. And they meant it. Roasted cabbage was once pressed onto tumors to treat swelling, pain, and skin irritation. The leaves were warmed over a fire or in an oven, softened until they were limp but not burned, then laid directly onto the growth. Some healers rubbed oil or vinegar onto the cabbage first. Others pressed the roasted leaves flat and tied them in place with strips of linen. This was done on arms, legs, backs, necks, anywhere a lump had formed under or on the skin. The goal was to draw something out of the tumor, to pull illness from deep inside the body to the surface. People believed the cabbage would absorb the poison, cool the tissue, and slow the spread. It didn't. The tumor stayed. In many cases, the infection worsened. This treatment wasn't limited to one region. It showed up in households and hospitals across Europe and the Middle East. It was cheap, easy, and familiar. Cabbage was seen as a healing food. People ate it to ease digestion and prevent sickness. If it helped inside the body, they reasoned, it could help outside too. The soft texture of the roasted leaf, the warmth it held, and the way it clung to the skin made it feel like a proper dressing. It gave the appearance of care. And when people felt warmth or saw fluid leak from the tumor, they believed the cabbage had done its job. The theory behind it came from humoral medicine. Illness was thought to be a result of imbalance, too much heat, too much moisture, or too much pressure in one part of the body. Tumors were seen as places where bad humors had collected. Drawing agents, like roasted cabbage, were meant to bring those fluids to the surface and release them. The process was meant to be gentle, unlike cutting or cauterizing. It was more acceptable to families who feared surgery. A cabbage leaf didn't frighten anyone. It could be applied by hand, without pain or blood. That made it a preferred choice for treating older people, children, and women. Doctors and midwives alike used it. They said it softened the skin, relieved pain, and brought ripeness to the swelling. When a tumor broke open after days of cabbage treatments, they said the method had worked. But tumors don't break open because they're healing. They burst when infection builds up inside, or when cancer eats through tissue. In both cases, the opening of the tumor usually made things worse, not better. It exposed raw flesh, it invited flies, it spread infection. But because the cabbage had been on the skin when it happened, the treatment got credit. Some healers rotated cabbage with other substances. A roasted leaf one day, a honey wrap the next. If the tumor shrank, they called it progress. If it grew, they said more needed to be drawn out. No one stopped to ask whether cabbage could stop a tumor's growth. They didn't know what tumors were. Cancer wasn't a word in common use. Any lump or swelling, no matter the cause, was treated with the same general approach: soften, open, draw, soothe. Cabbage fit into that plan perfectly. The cabbage itself wasn't sterile. It was pulled from the ground, handled with bare hands, then laid directly onto broken skin. Dirt clung to the leaves. Insects sometimes hid in the folds. Roasting killed some bacteria, but not all. And once the cabbage cooled, it became a moist surface pressed against a warm body. That's an ideal space for bacteria to grow. The longer it stayed on the skin, the greater the chance of infection. But when infection appeared, it was seen as part of the illness, not the result of treatment. In some cases, people left the cabbage on overnight. They wrapped the body in linen to hold the leaf in place. By morning, the cloth was soaked. If pus or fluid stained the leaf, they believed the cabbage had pulled poison out. They didn't see that the fluid was often just a sign of inflammation or tissue breakdown. Some even collected the used cabbage to inspect it. A leaf that had turned dark or slimy was taken as proof that the illness had been absorbed. This method was used on breast tumors, often by women who were afraid to go to a surgeon. Surgery was brutal. There was no anesthesia, no guarantee of survival. A cabbage leaf felt safe. It could be used in private. If a woman had a lump and didn't want others to know, she could treat herself at home. She roasted the leaf, applied it, waited. If the tumor shrank, sometimes by coincidence or as part of a temporary change, she believed she was healing. If it didn't, she tried again. Roasted cabbage was also used on abscesses and boils. It worked in the sense that heat and moisture can help soft tissues swell and open. But once that happened, the cabbage did nothing to stop bacteria. In some cases, maggots laid eggs in the open sore. The patient was told the worms were part of the cure, that they were eating the sickness. In truth, the cabbage had created a perfect environment for decay. Some doctors warned against it. They said the leaf rotted too fast or that it blocked air from reaching the wound. A few suggested switching to dry herbs or vinegar, but those voices were rare. Most healers stayed with what they knew. Cabbage didn't bleed or burn. It didn't need to be harvested from a faraway place. It was cheap, local, and easy to prepare. That made it popular. It was also reused. In poor homes, a single leaf might be applied to a tumor more than once. If it looked clean, it was pressed back onto the skin. There were no gloves, no sterilized tools. Hands went from the leaf to the wound and then to food, clothes, or the face. Families didn't understand germ theory. They believed that if the cabbage leaf cooled the pain or caused discharge, it had done its work. Some healers believed cabbage had a soul-cleansing power. It came from the earth. It had a strong smell. It stayed green even when cooked. These traits gave it spiritual value. People thought it could balance emotions as well as fluids. Tumors weren't always seen as physical. Some were blamed on grief, guilt, or anger. The cabbage, in this view, calmed the spirit and softened the heart. The treatment wasn't just physical, it was symbolic. People didn't apply roasted cabbage to do harm. They did it because they trusted what they'd seen. A mother used it on a child's boil. A wife used it on her husband's neck. A midwife used it on a woman's breast. Each believed they were helping. They saw swelling go down or pain ease, even if only for a moment. That was enough to try again. The cabbage leaf cooled, the cloth soaked, the skin stayed red and swollen, but the person felt cared for. That mattered more than the result. So the leaf went back on. Another was roasted. Another day passed. The tumor stayed, but the treatment continued, one soft green leaf at a time. People once used spiders to treat fevers. The person with the fever lay still while live spiders crawled across their skin. This wasn't a mistake or a punishment. It was done on purpose, with care and intention. The healer, or sometimes a family member, placed the spiders on the arms, chest, or face. In some cases, they dropped them down the back of the shirt or inside bed linens. While this happened, prayers or chants were spoken. The words varied by region, but the purpose stayed the same. They were meant to guide the fever out of the body and into the spider. The person was told to stay calm, to lie very still, and to let the spider do its work. This treatment came from old beliefs about transfer. People thought sickness could leave one body and enter another. They used animals, objects, even plants to make this happen. The spider, with its quiet movements and hidden life, was a strong symbol. It lived in corners, in the dark, in the unseen places. That made it a good carrier for disease. If the spider walked across the hot skin and then disappeared, the fever was said to follow it. If the person sweated, that was taken as a sign that the fever was leaving. If the spider stayed too long or got crushed, it meant the fever was resisting. The spiders were usually caught fresh. Someone would find them in a shed, under a stone, or inside a woodpile. They used jars, cups, or hands. In some homes, certain spiders were kept on purpose. They were said to work better if they came from the same place as the person who was sick. Some preferred large spiders with hairy legs. Others used small, fast ones. The choice depended on tradition, belief, and what was available. Before placing the spider on the body, the healer might hold it up and speak to it. They might say, "Take this illness," or "Carry this heat." These weren't formal spells. They were simple instructions. The spider was treated like a servant or a vessel. It was told what to do. Then it was released onto the person's skin. In most cases, the spider was allowed to walk freely. If it crawled up the arm or across the chest, no one stopped it. If it crawled toward the mouth or eyes, someone might gently redirect it. But stopping the spider too soon was frowned upon. People believed it had a job to finish. If it ran off the body and disappeared, that was a good sign. The illness had gone with it. If it stayed still or fell off dead, it meant the sickness had stayed behind. The person being treated was expected to remain silent. They could not cry out or swat the spider away. Moving was discouraged. Fear was seen as weakness. If they trembled, they were told to be strong. If they screamed, the treatment was stopped and later restarted. In some cases, the spider bit the person. The bite caused redness, swelling, and pain, but that was often seen as proof that the spider had taken something in. It bit the fever, some would say. It drank the heat. Children were sometimes treated this way. If a child had a fever that wouldn't break, a spider was brought into the room. The parents sang softly or recited lines from memory. The child cried or turned away. Still, the spider was placed on the skin. The belief was strong, so was the fear. But the fear was part of the process. If the child learned to stay still through fear, the family believed they would grow strong. Spiders were also used in other ways. Some were crushed and smeared on the skin. Others were wrapped in cloth and tied to the wrist. But the most direct method was live crawling. It made the treatment feel active. People could see it happening. They could watch the spider move and imagine the fever moving with it. That sense of motion gave comfort. Sometimes multiple spiders were used. One was placed on each limb, another on the forehead, one on the chest. The person lay in silence while the spiders crawled in different directions. If they all walked away at the same time, it was seen as a good omen. If they circled or returned to the starting place, the healer warned that the fever might return. This wasn't limited to homes. Traveling healers used spiders in inns, barns, and even churches. They carried them in small boxes or jars. Some charged a fee, others accepted food or favors. The treatment was quick and required no special tools, no cutting, no fire, no blood. That made it safer than other methods, at least in appearance. But it didn't work. The fever stayed. Sometimes it broke on its own and the spider was praised. Other times it worsened and the spider was blamed. Either way, the treatment was repeated. A new spider was found. A new prayer was spoken. The cycle continued. There were risks beyond fear. If the spider bit and caused an allergic reaction, the person could swell or struggle to breathe. If the spider carried bacteria from the ground or another surface, it could introduce new infection through a bite or scratch. But these problems were rare enough that they didn't shake belief. People focused on what they could see: the sweat, the stillness, the spider walking away. Spiders were never reused. Once a spider had taken a fever, it was considered dangerous. If it was still alive, it was released far from home. If it had died, it was buried or burned. Some people crushed the spider after treatment, believing it would destroy the illness for good. Others warned against killing it, fearing the sickness would return to the person if the spider died in anger. The fear of fevers ran deep. They came without warning and killed fast. People burned herbs, tied charms, and prayed. Letting a spider crawl across your chest didn't seem strange in that context. It seemed simple. The fever was inside. The spider came to take it. You stayed still. You endured. Then the spider left, and maybe the fever left with it. The skin crawled. The air grew still. The prayers echoed softly. The spider moved from one shoulder to the next, and the person waited, sweating, shaking, hoping that this small creature could carry away what nothing else could. People once tied live toads around their necks to treat or prevent the plague. The belief was that the toad would draw the disease out of the body and take it on itself. This wasn't a rare or hidden practice. It showed up in towns, villages, and even among some who considered themselves educated. The toad was seen as dirty, low, and cold, exactly the kind of creature thought to attract sickness. That made it useful. People didn't tie the toad on for comfort. They tied it on because they believed it would die in their place. The toad was usually placed inside a cloth bag or tied directly to the skin with a piece of string or ribbon. Some put it against the neck. Others placed it over the heart, on the belly, or near a swelling called a bubo. Wherever the disease seemed strongest, that's where the toad went. The idea was simple. If the plague lived in the body, it could move into something else. The toad was treated as a sponge, a trap, or a shield. Once the toad swelled, weakened, or died, people believed the danger had passed. This practice came from the same logic that shaped many treatments at the time: sympathy, reversal, and sacrifice. The plague was seen as a living thing, something that could move and be transferred. A healthy person wearing a toad was seen as protected. A sick person wearing one was trying to pass the illness off. In both cases, the toad was the target. People believed it could absorb poison, bad air, or spiritual rot. If the toad lived, it meant the person wasn't too sick. If it died, the toad had done its job. Toads were easy to catch. They lived in wet places and came out at night. Children brought them home in buckets. Farmers found them near wells and streams. Some healers claimed that larger toads worked better. Others said the smaller ones were more sensitive to disease. Some people washed the toads before tying them on. Others believed that washing would ruin the toad's ability to absorb the illness. Either way, the toad was handled by hand, tied close to the body, and left there for hours or even days. People expected the toad to show signs of the illness. If it turned pale, swelled up, or stopped moving, they believed it had taken in the plague. Sometimes the toad died within hours. That was considered a success. In truth, toads are fragile animals. Being tied against a hot, fevered body without food, water, or air will kill them quickly. But that death wasn't seen in mistreatment. It was seen as evidence that the cure had worked. Some healers made small slits in the toad's skin before placing it on the body. They believed that helped the poison escape. Others fed the toad herbs or wine first, thinking that would make it more powerful. These steps didn't help the toad and didn't help the person, but they made the treatment feel active. Every part of the process gave the sense that something was being done. In many cases, people didn't use just one toad. If the first one died and the person was still sick, a second was used. Some families went through dozens. The toads were kept in cages or jars between uses. Some were reused on different people, spreading other diseases without anyone knowing. No one cleaned the skin between applications. No one boiled the string or the cloth. People were focused on the visible signs: fever, rash, weakness, and not the unseen spread of germs. The toad's placement mattered. Most people tied it to the neck because the plague often caused swollen lymph nodes there. Others believed the neck was the gateway to the lungs, and since the disease caused coughing and chest pain, it made sense to protect that area. Some placed the toad over a visible bubo. When the swelling burst while the toad was in place, it was seen as proof that the creature had drawn the poison out. The pus and blood were wiped away. The toad, now covered in fluid, was sometimes thrown into fire or buried far from the home. There were also rules about when to apply the toad. Some said sunrise was best, others said midnight. Some healers said the toad should be tied on while the person held their breath. Others chanted or prayed while doing it. These actions didn't change the outcome, but they gave the ritual meaning. In a world full of suffering, small details like these helped people feel that they were doing the right thing. Children were sometimes made to wear toads even before they were sick. Parents hoped it would protect them from catching the disease. A child with a toad tied around their neck was not an unusual sight. Some cried or begged to take it off. Others sat silently, afraid to move. The weight of the animal, its rough skin, the feeling of it shifting, all of it made the experience frightening. But if a child lived through the plague, the toad was remembered as the reason. The practice was not without harm. Some people had allergic reactions to the toad's skin or secretions. Others developed infections from the string cutting into the flesh or from contact with the animal's waste. If the toad urinated or defecated while tied to the body, the area stayed wet and unclean. That led to sores and skin breakdown. But even those problems were often seen as signs that the treatment was working. The worse the reaction, the more serious the illness was thought to be, and the more powerful the toad must be to handle it. Some people began to wear dried toads instead of live ones. These were easier to manage and less disturbing to the wearer. The dried toads were sometimes hollowed out and filled with herbs or stones. Others were worn like amulets. The meaning remained the same. Whether dead or alive, the toad was a stand-in for the sick body. It took on the burden. It kept the sickness at bay. Doctors didn't all agree. Some promoted the treatment, others dismissed it. But even doctors who doubted it often allowed it. The plague moved fast. People wanted hope. The toad gave them something to hold on to. It gave them something they could do while waiting. And when the plague passed, either through luck, natural recovery, or distance, the toad was remembered as the cause. So people kept tying them on. One by one, the toads were caught, carried, tied, and sacrificed. Each one pressed to a hot neck, each one taken as a sign. The sickness stayed or left. The toad lived or died. And the people, desperate for anything that might work, did what they could with what they had. People once used moldy bread to treat wounds. It was pressed directly onto cuts, sores, and infected skin. The belief was that the mold would draw out infection and help the wound close. Bread was a common item in most homes, and mold grew on it quickly in damp kitchens and storage rooms. Instead of throwing the spoiled bread away, people saw it as useful. Some healers even said the older the bread, the stronger the treatment. The logic was simple. The bread absorbed moisture, and the mold did something unseen but important. Sometimes they were right. Other times, the bread made things worse. Not all molds are harmful. Some types, including those found on stale bread, can produce chemicals that kill bacteria. In rare cases, that meant the wound actually improved. The skin dried out, the swelling went down, the pus stopped. But most of the time, people didn't know which type of mold they were using. They couldn't see the difference between something that helped and something that killed. One loaf might grow penicillium, which fights bacteria. Another might grow black mold or other dangerous fungi, which introduce infection and decay. The bread was usually soaked in water, wine, or vinegar before being applied. That made it easier to press into the wound. It also helped the mold spread. The wet bread was wrapped in cloth or tied in place with strips of linen. People left it there for hours or overnight. If the bandage was removed and the wound looked cleaner, they reused the same method. If it looked worse, they tried again with different bread. Most people didn't have a way to clean the wound before applying the poultice. Dirt stayed under the surface. Bacteria multiplied in the warmth and moisture. But if the skin broke open and drained, the treatment was called a success. In some regions, people used toasted bread, hoping it would be safer. The outside of the bread was crisped over fire, but but the moldy center was still damp. That version was often used for abscesses. The crust acted like a barrier while the mold touched the soft tissue. Some healers added herbs like garlic or sage. Others used butter or fat to stick the bread in place. These additions changed little, but gave the appearance of control. The mixture smelled strong and looked active, even when it caused harm. The treatment was used across many groups. Soldiers carried bread rations that turned moldy in the field. When wounded, they used what they had. A piece of spoiled bread was better than nothing. They pressed it against arrow wounds, sword cuts, or blisters from long marches. If the wound stopped oozing, the bread was praised. If the wound turned black, it was blamed on the weapon. At home, mothers used moldy bread on their children. A scraped knee, a dog bite, or a rash might all be treated with the same slice. Bread was familiar. It didn't look like medicine, but it felt safe. The mold made it seem special. If a child cried less the next day, the parent said the bread had worked. If the fever got worse, they changed the mold or tried a different loaf. Some people used moldy bread as a first step, then moved on to hot oils or cautery if the wound didn't heal. Others used it as a last resort when nothing else helped. In both cases, it fit into the broader idea that illness could be pulled out, that infection was a thing to be soaked up and removed. Bread, soft and porous, looked like the right tool for the job. The mold gave it an edge, a hidden force working under the surface. Healers disagreed on the best kind of mold. Some preferred green or blue. Others looked for white, fuzzy patches. Some said the bread had to come from a certain grain, rye, barley, or wheat. These details gave the treatment structure. They made it feel less like guesswork, but none of it was tested. If one wound healed, the healer used the same method again. If 10 others got worse, those were seen as exceptions. The risk came from not knowing what lived in the bread. Mold grows from spores in the air. They land on the food, feed on it, and spread. Some of those spores release toxins. When pressed into a wound, those toxins enter the body. They don't always cause problems right away, but they weaken tissue, lower the body's defenses, and sometimes reach the bloodstream. That leads to sepsis, organ failure, or death. People didn't know that. They watched the surface. If the wound looked calm, they believed the body was healing. In some areas, people burned the moldy bread after use. It was seen as dangerous to keep. In others, they reused it. If the same piece had worked once, they thought it might work again. Bread was precious in poor homes. Wasting it, even spoiled bread, felt wrong. A used piece might be dried out on a windowsill and re-wet the next day. The cloth wrappings weren't always cleaned. The cycle repeated. Some records describe people rubbing moldy bread on swollen glands or sore throats. Others mention placing it on the chest during coughs. The bread wasn't just used for open wounds. It was a general remedy for swelling, redness, or pain. If a lump went down after application, the credit went to the mold. If the lump grew or turned black, the person was said to have been too sick from the start. Despite the risk, the treatment survived for centuries. It was passed down through families. It appeared in early medical texts. Even when newer treatments emerged, alcohol, iodine, or antiseptic, some people returned to bread. It was easy to get, easy to prepare, and already in the home. That convenience made it hard to abandon. In the end, moldy bread gave people a way to act. It filled the silence between injury and healing. It let people feel useful. They didn't know which mold helped or hurt. They just knew that sometimes the wound got better. That was enough to try it again. So they soaked the bread, wrapped the wound, and hoped that the soft, spoiled crust could do what they could not. People once wore a dead man's tooth to cure toothache. The idea was that the pain could be transferred from the living to the dead. If the tooth came from someone already buried, even better. The person couldn't feel it, and so the pain would go with the tooth and stay there. This practice wasn't based on medicine. It came from old beliefs about sympathy and exchange. Pain, they thought, could be passed between objects and people. A dead man had nothing left to lose, and a tooth pulled from his mouth still held a connection to his body. That connection was thought to have power. The tooth was worn as a charm. Some people strung it on a leather cord and tied it around the neck. Others kept it in a pouch and pinned it to their shirt. In more private cases, people carried it in a pocket or tucked it beneath their pillow at night. The closer the tooth was to the person's head, the more effective it was believed to be. The goal wasn't to replace the aching tooth. It was to distract the pain, to give it a new place to settle. Some healers said the charm should be worn until the pain stopped. Others said it should be buried or burned after a week to finish the cure. The dead man's tooth was not always easy to get. It had to come from a corpse. Some were taken from battlefields, others from graves. In cities, body snatchers sold teeth to apothecaries or barbers. A tooth from a young, healthy man was said to work better than one from an old or sick person. If the man had died suddenly, that was even better. His pain hadn't had time to leave the body. That meant the tooth still held its full strength. People who couldn't afford a real charm sometimes used animal teeth or carved wood to mimic a human molar. But the belief always circled back to the real thing. The more real, the more power. Some wore a tooth from a family member, hoping that blood ties made the magic stronger. Others said the tooth had to come from a stranger. A tooth taken from someone who had died of violence, such as hanging or war, was thought to carry extra force. This kind of thinking didn't come from cruelty. It came from fear. Tooth pain was a serious problem. It kept people from eating, sleeping, or speaking. There were no numbing gels or painkillers. A rotten tooth could cause weeks of suffering. An infection could spread to the jaw or brain. People died from it. So when the pain started, they looked for anything that might help. Pulling the tooth was a last resort, not a first choice. It hurt, it bled, and it left a gap. If someone said that wearing a dead man's tooth might make the pain stop, people listened. The risk of infection was not understood. The tooth, once removed from a corpse, was rarely cleaned. It was handled with bare hands, wrapped in cloth, or passed from person to person. It might be smeared with grave dirt or blood. If the person wearing it had an open sore or gum disease, bacteria from the tooth could enter the bloodstream. This led to fevers, swelling, and sometimes death. But if a person got sick after wearing the tooth, the sickness was blamed on the body, not the charm. Some added rituals to the process. Before wearing the tooth, they whispered a name or recited a phrase. Some soaked it in wine or salt water first. Others kissed the tooth or held it to the aching side of the face before tying it on. These steps gave the treatment weight. They made it feel intentional. The pain was still there, but the person had done something about it. That gave them a sense of control, even if the cure never worked. In rare cases, the pain did fade. This happened not because of the tooth, but because of the body's natural rhythms. Some toothaches ease on their own. In those moments, the charm seemed to work. The person told others. The story spread. More people tried it. If the pain didn't stop, they said the tooth wasn't the right one, or the ritual hadn't been done correctly, or the pain was too strong. The charm itself was rarely blamed. Some doctors spoke against the practice. They called it superstition. They said it was dangerous. But many had little else to offer. Their own treatments, burning the gum with hot iron, packing the tooth with herbs, or pulling it out with pliers, were brutal. If a patient chose a dead man's tooth over the barber's chair, it made sense. The charm caused less pain. It offered hope. Children were given the tooth charm, too. If a child cried through the night, the parent tied a tooth around the neck. The child might calm down from exhaustion, or the pain might pass on its own. Either way, the charm was praised. It stayed in the family, passed from one sibling to another. Some charms were kept for years, worn smooth by fingers and time. Others were lost or buried, said to have done their job. In some towns, a tooth was left on a sickbed or hung over a doorway. It became part of the home's protection. People said it could keep sickness from entering. In others, the tooth was burned after the cure. Fire erased the connection between the dead and the living. That kept the pain from coming back. These customs varied, but the heart of the practice stayed the same. Pain could be moved, and the dead could carry what the living could not. Wearing a dead man's tooth didn't stop toothaches. It didn't clean infections or calm the nerves. It didn't repair broken enamel or remove decay. But it gave people a way to act. It turned suffering into ritual. It gave shape to something invisible. And in a time when pain had no easy fix, that was worth something. So people wore the tooth, waited for the ache to fade, and hoped that someone else's death might spare them a little of their own. People once burned hair and inhaled the smoke to stop bleeding. This wasn't about sealing a wound with heat or cauterizing a cut. It was about breathing in the smell. The idea was that the thick, bitter smoke would somehow slow the blood or tell the body to close the wound. It didn't matter where the bleeding came from: nose, gums, lungs, or an open cut. The smoke was believed to have a direct effect. People thought it could calm the blood, thicken it, or call it back from wherever it was rushing out. The hair could come from anyone. Some burned their own. Others used the hair of animals. In poor homes, goat or horse hair was common. In wealthier houses, they sometimes used trimmed human hair saved from combs or brushes. The hair was gathered in a small pile, lit with a match or candle, and left to burn in a bowl or on a tile. The patient leaned over the smoke, covered their head with a cloth, and breathed deeply. The room filled with the smell of burnt keratin, sharp, sour, and hard to forget. Some people held the bowl directly under the face of someone with a nosebleed. Others fanned the smoke toward the mouth of a coughing person who had blood in their spit. If the person fainted, the smoke was said to have worked too well. If they choked or vomited, the body was rejecting the bad blood. There was an explanation for every outcome. The smoke always had a reason. The belief behind it came from ideas about sympathy and reaction. People thought strong smells could shift the body's balance. If blood was leaving the body too fast, it meant something was too open: an artery, a spirit, or a gate. The smoke was meant to close that gate. A sudden, harsh smell could snap the body back into control. If pain made someone lightheaded, smoke would bring them down. If blood poured from the nose, smoke would scare it back in. That was the thinking. In many cases, the treatment caused more harm than help. Burnt hair produces toxic fumes. It releases sulfur, ammonia, and other compounds that irritate the lungs and throat. Inhaling it deeply can cause coughing, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. In closed rooms, the smoke lingers. It sinks into clothes, walls, and skin. People who used this treatment indoors often found themselves short of breath. If someone already had a lung condition, it could push them into crisis. Still, the method spread. It was easy to do, cheap, and dramatic. The smell gave the illusion that something powerful was happening. It was strong enough to make eyes water and throats close. That reaction was seen as a good sign. People believed that anything which caused that much discomfort had to be working. If the bleeding stopped shortly after, even by coincidence, the smoke got the credit. One example often repeated in records was the use of burnt hair for nosebleeds. A person sat in a chair, head tilted forward, while someone burned hair nearby. The smoke was directed toward the nose with a fan or cloth. If the person sneezed, coughed, or spat, it was seen as the body expelling the cause of the bleeding. If the bleeding slowed, they said the smoke had sealed the vessels. If it continued, they blamed it on bad blood or a poor reaction. Some healers added herbs to the hair before burning. They believed that mixing rosemary, thyme, or sage into the pile added strength. The herbs burned along with the hair, changing the smell slightly, but not making it any safer. In fact, the added particles just made the smoke thicker and harder to breathe. But the combination looked more official. It gave the treatment weight. People saw the healer prepare the mixture, speak a few words, and light the flame. The ritual gave them hope. Children were sometimes treated this way. A boy with bleeding gums might be made to breathe the smoke through a cone of paper. A girl with blood on her pillow from a nighttime nosebleed might be sat up, wrapped in blankets, and made to breathe in the smoke until she stopped crying. The smell frightened them. The smoke stung their eyes. But if the bleeding slowed, the treatment was used again the next time. Some believed the smoke worked best when inhaled while holding a certain posture, standing still, hands on knees, or sitting cross-legged with a cloth over the head. Others said it only worked if the hair came from a person who had not yet reached adulthood. Virgin hair, they called it, unmarked by time or sin. These extra rules didn't change the outcome. They only added layers to the belief. In homes where this treatment was used often, the smell of burnt hair became part of sickness. People associated it with healing. When someone began to bleed, the first response wasn't bandages or water, it was smoke. The fire was lit, the hair was burned, and the person leaned into the heat. They winced, they gasped, they waited. There were other dangers: Fire in small spaces, near cloth and thatch, could spark larger accidents. Bowls of burning hair were knocked over. Curtains caught. In one case, a healer's robe caught fire during a treatment. But the method remained in use. People said it was safer than cutting, cleaner than bloodletting, and more direct than herbs. It left no open wound. That made it feel controlled. Some people believe that the smoke didn't just stop bleeding, it also sealed the spirit. If someone had seen something frightening or experienced great pain, the smoke was thought to ground them. Breathing it in was like tying the soul back to the body. These ideas blurred the line between medical treatment and ritual. They gave shape to fear. They gave comfort to people watching blood leave the body and not knowing how to stop it. Over time, some healers switched from burnt hair to other strong-smelling items, vinegar-soaked cloths, crushed garlic, or burning horn. But the method of burning hair stayed alive in households and rural areas for generations. It was passed down in stories and whispered cures. The smoke, the bowl, the cloth over the head, it all became part of how people fought bleeding when nothing else worked. And even when it did nothing, it looked like something. Smoke filled the air. The person sat still. The bleeding slowed or didn't, but no one could say they hadn't tried. They burned the hair, breathed in, and hoped the body would listen. People once drank wine boiled with iron nails to treat anemia. Doctors and healers believed that iron from the nails would seep into the liquid during the boiling process, turning the wine into medicine. The treatment was meant to strengthen the blood. If a person looked pale, felt tired, or fainted often, they were told their blood was weak or thin. The wine, infused with metal, was said to thicken it, darken it, and bring back the person's strength. The idea came from an early understanding that iron mattered to the body, but there was no knowledge of safe dosing or chemical form. The result was often worse than the condition it tried to treat. The recipe was simple. Take a few clean iron nails, though clean was a loose term, drop them into a pot of red wine and bring it to a boil. Let the mixture simmer until the wine darkened or took on a metallic taste. Strain it, pour it into a cup, and drink. Some people added herbs or honey to mask the flavor. Others drank it plain, straight from the pot. The nails were used again and again. If rust appeared, it was seen as a good sign. People thought the rust meant more iron had entered the wine. This wasn't a rare cure. It appeared in household manuals, physicians' notebooks, and folk medicine across Europe and the Middle East. Wealthy households used expensive red wine. Poorer families used vinegar or sour wine past its prime. The belief was the same. The metal would enter the body through the drink and fix the blood from the inside out. Some even believed that the darker the wine, the stronger the effect. In some cases, people did feel better. That's because iron deficiency can cause fatigue, and small amounts of elemental iron, when absorbed, can help. But the form of iron in rusty nails is not easily processed by the body. It's not the kind of iron your system can use safely. And when too much metal builds up, it becomes toxic. People who drank this mixture regularly, especially over weeks or months, began to show signs of poisoning. The symptoms started small: stomach pain, nausea, a metallic taste in the mouth. Over time, it became worse. Vomiting, diarrhea, black stools, and fainting fits followed. Some developed severe cramping and tremors. The iron damaged the lining of the stomach and intestines. It entered the bloodstream in unstable forms. The body couldn't store it properly, so it built up in the liver, the heart, and other organs. People didn't know what was happening. When they grew weaker, the wine was blamed for being too weak, not too strong. Some patients were told to drink it daily. Others were given large doses all at once. In cases where a woman had lost blood during childbirth or menstruation, a midwife might prepare a strong batch and tell her to drink it until the pot ran dry. The sharp taste and warmth of the wine were seen as energizing. If the woman sat up or spoke more clearly, the treatment was praised. If she vomited or collapsed, the sickness was blamed on her weakness. In children, the drink was diluted. Some was spooned into their mouths while they lay sick in bed. Others were given cloths soaked in the mixture to suck on. These doses caused burns in the throat or ulcers in the stomach. But because the treatment came from a trusted place, wine and iron, no one questioned it. If a child died, it was said that the blood was too weak to begin with. Healers added variations. Some boiled the nails in water first, then transferred them to wine. Others used swords, horseshoes, or keys instead of nails. The important thing was that the iron had been touched by heat and soaked into the liquid. If the wine turned cloudy or bitter, they believed the medicine had matured. The smell of rust, the color of the drink, and the sting on the tongue were all taken as signs that it was working. A few people tried to chew the nails or scrape the rust off into the wine directly. That made the situation worse. Ingesting rust flakes led to internal injury. The sharp pieces damaged the mouth and stomach lining. Still, the belief in metal as medicine remained strong. Some drank from iron cups or stirred their drinks with iron rods. Every contact was meant to deliver strength. In some places, iron was mixed with food instead of wine. A woman with anemia might be told to cook her stew with a nail or bake bread with one hidden in the pan. If she swallowed a flake of rust, they said it would do her good. If she choked or got sick, they said it was a sign the body was rejecting illness. The food was not thrown away. The nail was rinsed, the dish served again. The treatment passed through generations. Grandmothers taught it to their daughters. Healers passed it to apprentices. Doctors who had no access to modern labs or supplies repeated what they had seen work, or seemed to. If one person recovered after drinking the wine, the story spread. It didn't matter if others grew sick. The story that survived was the one with a good ending. People trusted what they could see and taste. They believed iron was strength, blood was iron, wine was life. Mix them together and you had a cure. No one understood that not all forms of iron are the same. The iron in nails is raw and unstable. The body needs iron in safe, specific doses and in forms it can use. But none of that was known at the time. So the pot boiled, the nails clinked, the wine turned dark and sour. The cup was filled and handed over. The person drank. Their lips stained red, their throat burned, their stomach turned. Maybe they felt warmer. Maybe they stood up for a few minutes. Maybe they collapsed. The iron stayed in the system, building up slowly, doing quiet damage. But the next day, the process began again. A few more nails, a little more wine, and the hope that this time it would bring the strength they were promised. People once treated open wounds by pouring hot oil directly onto the flesh. The belief was that the heat would cauterize the injury, seal off infection, and stop bleeding. It didn't matter whether the wound came from battle, a fall, or a surgical cut. If the skin was broken, hot oil was considered a cure. The oil might be olive, animal fat, or a mix with herbs or wax. The kind of oil didn't matter as much as the heat. It had to be near boiling. Some poured it from a ladle. Others dripped it from a spoon or dipped cloth in it and pressed it against the skin. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. Patients screamed, fainted, or thrashed. In some cases, people had to be held down. There was no anesthesia, no numbing, no warning. The sound of the oil hitting the wound, sizzling, hissing, bubbling, told everyone in the room what was happening. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. But if the bleeding stopped, or the wound stopped weeping pus for a time, the treatment was called a success. Pain was seen as a necessary part of healing. Doctors, soldiers, and barbers used this method often. In war, hot oil was used to treat sword cuts, spear wounds, and even bullet holes. On the battlefield, it was easier to heat a pot of oil than to stitch or clean a wound properly. Fire was always available. Oil could be carried in leather pouches or metal pots. Soldiers expected the pain. They grit their teeth, bit down on cloth, or passed out. The oil created a thick black scab over the wound. This crust was seen as a seal, a barrier between the body and outside air. But it wasn't clean. It didn't remove dirt or kill all bacteria. It trapped whatever was already in the wound under a hardened layer. That included sand, cloth fibers, bone splinters, or germs. The result was infection. Skin swelled, turned red, and began to rot. But since the wound looked closed from the outside, the damage was hard to track until it was too late. Some healers poured oil slowly. Others believed it worked best in one sharp motion. The shock, they said, kept the patient from going into deeper illness. If a person shouted or jerked away, they were seen as strong. If they passed out, they were said to be releasing the illness through the body's sudden collapse. There was no consistent rule about how long to apply the oil or how much to use. If one dose didn't help, another was added the next day. In homes, oil was sometimes used for infected boils or ulcers. A parent might heat the oil over a small flame and use a cloth to dab it onto a child's swollen skin. If the boil burst, the treatment was considered complete. If it didn't, the cloth was reheated and applied again. The skin around the area turned black and hard. The child stopped crying not because they healed, but because they were exhausted. In surgery, hot oil was used to seal amputations. After removing a limb, the surgeon poured oil over the stump. The goal was to stop bleeding and prevent infection. The oil burned the blood vessels closed, but it also killed healthy tissue. Recovery was long and full of complications. The scab broke open. Flies laid eggs in the burned skin. The wound had to be cleaned again, often by scraping off the hardened layers. Some used herbs to improve the oil. Laurel, thyme, or rosemary were added during the heating process. These gave the oil a scent, and healers said the herbs added strength. In truth, they made little difference. The real damage came from the heat. The oil burned deep into the flesh. It didn't stop at the surface. It cooked the skin, the fat, and sometimes the muscle. That kind of burn slowed healing, increased pain, and made infection more likely. Doctors who doubted the method were few. Those who spoke out said that oil damaged the body's ability to rebuild itself. They preferred washing the wound and letting it heal in the open. But those methods were slower and didn't always stop bleeding. People trusted what they could see. A wound that stopped flowing looked better than one that oozed for days. The oil created that illusion of control. Some patients asked for the treatment. They believed that heat could chase away illness. They had seen infections spread from one finger to the next, one leg to the other. They were afraid of rot, of gangrene, of death. If a few seconds of pain could prevent that, they thought it was worth it. The memory of someone who survived after being burned stayed longer than the quiet death of someone who didn't. The oil didn't always kill. Sometimes, a wound healed despite the treatment. The body worked hard to repair the damage. The immune system fought off bacteria. The scab stayed in place long enough for skin to grow underneath. In those rare cases, the hot oil was praised. It became a story, passed down through families or written in journals. It was told and retold until it became a standard. Even when safer methods appeared, clean stitching, boiling water, antiseptic salves, some healers kept using oil. They believed in it. They said it worked fast and gave clear results. The pain was short, the wound closed quickly, and people could return to work or battle. They didn't count the number who lost limbs later or died from hidden infections. People feared bleeding. They feared infection even more. Hot oil gave them something to use, something that didn't rely on luck or time. It was direct. It was strong. It gave the illusion of safety. So the pot was heated. The oil bubbled. The wound was exposed. And one more time, the liquid fire met broken flesh, and the screaming filled the room. People once buried the sick in manure to treat fever. They dug a shallow pit in a stable or field, filled it with warm animal waste, and placed the patient inside. The person lay down while others packed manure around their body, pressing it close until only the head was left exposed. The idea was that the heat from the manure would draw the fever out through the skin. It didn't matter if the fever came from the flu, an infection, or something more serious. The method was the same. Bury the body in rot and wait for the illness to leave. Manure was chosen for its warmth. Fresh dung from cows or horses held heat for hours. It steamed in piles and gave off a strong smell. People believed that this natural heat was cleaner than the fever heat burning inside the body. They said the manure would pull the sickness out, like a sponge soaking up poison. Some thought the smell helped too, that strong odors could open the lungs or drive disease out through the nose and mouth. There were rules about how to do it. The manure had to be fresh, not dried. Old dung was cold and useless. It needed to come from healthy animals, though what counted as healthy wasn't always clear. The pit was dug by hand. It was made deep enough to cover the chest and arms, but shallow enough to keep the patient's head above the surface. Sometimes straw was mixed in to make the manure thicker. Sometimes ash was added to keep flies away, but the main ingredient stayed the same. The patient was stripped to a thin shift or nothing at all. They were helped into the pit and laid flat on their back or side. Then the manure was packed around them, first at the legs, then the hips, then the chest and shoulders. The neck was left free. A cloth was tied over the head to protect the eyes and mouth. In some cases, a small hole was cut for the nose. The patient was told to breathe slowly and stay calm. Most people didn't last long in the pit. The heat was strong at first, but it faded fast. The manure stuck to the skin, entered cuts, and pressed into wounds. If the patient had broken skin, blisters, rashes, or sores, the bacteria from the dung slipped in. Insects gathered. Flies laid eggs. The smell became worse with each hour. If the patient cried out, they were told it meant the sickness was leaving. If they fainted, it was called a turning point. The practice was used on all kinds of patients: a child with fever from teething, a farmer with pneumonia, a woman after childbirth who developed chills. Each was treated the same way. The manure pit was considered a final attempt when other methods failed. If herbs, teas, or bleeding didn't work, this was next. It was dramatic. It looked like medicine. It used what people had on hand. Some healers claimed it worked better in winter, when outside air made the fever stronger. They said the body needed warmth from the earth. Others said it was best done at night, when the spirit was quiet. In truth, the time didn't matter. What mattered was belief. Families believed they were helping. They stood by the pit, wiping sweat from the patient's brow, whispering prayers, and watching the steam rise. The risks were everywhere. Manure carries bacteria like E. coli, Clostridium, and Salmonella. These germs enter through the skin, the nose, the mouth. Once inside, they cause vomiting, diarrhea, sepsis, or death. Patients buried this way often developed new fevers, worse than the ones they started with. But if they died, the blame went to the original illness, not the treatment. The method stayed in use. Some patients were left in the pit for hours. Others were removed early if they stopped responding. If they survived, they were washed with cold water and wrapped in clean cloth. The manure was shoveled away. If the person spoke clearly or stood up, it was seen as a miracle. The fever was said to have been drawn into the earth. The treatment was praised, but many patients never stood up again. In some cases, the treatment was done indoors. A stable floor was cleared. Fresh dung was packed into a wooden box or tub. The patient was lowered in and covered. A cloth was tied over the container to hold in the heat. The room filled with the smell. Flies landed on the walls and ceiling. Family members took turns fanning the patient or dripping vinegar onto cloth to hide the odor. These efforts helped little. Doctors wrote about it. Some defended the practice. They said it was an old method with deep roots. Others called it dangerous, unsanitary, and cruel. But in places with no clean water, no medicine, and no real knowledge of disease, it made sense to people. They saw fever as a kind of fire. Manure, with its earthy smell and weight, looked like something that could smother it. Children buried this way sometimes panicked. They screamed, thrashed, or tried to sit up. That movement packed the dung tighter. It pressed into the face and chest. If the child choked or fell silent, people said the fever had gone too deep. If the child slept afterward, the treatment was said to have worked. The line between improvement and exhaustion was thin. Some added rituals. The manure was blessed or sprinkled with herbs. The pit was dug at a certain hour. The patient was turned halfway through. These steps gave people something to do. They filled the silence between pain and recovery. They gave a sense of order to chaos. The manure pit was a hard place. It steamed and stank. It clung to the skin. It turned the body into something else, something buried but not dead, exposed but out of reach. And for those watching, it was a last attempt. One more act before the fever ran its course. So they dug, they packed, they waited, and they hoped the earth would take what the body could no longer hold. People once treated boils with pig fat. The fat was heated until soft but not liquid, then spread directly onto the swollen skin. Sometimes it was used plain, other times mixed with herbs or ashes. Once applied, it was wrapped in cloth and left for hours or overnight. The goal was to draw out the infection, to bring the boil to a head so it could burst. Healers and family members believed that the warmth of the fat would open the skin, soften the tissue, and help remove the bad humors trapped inside. What it often did instead was trap bacteria, slow healing, and spread the infection deeper. Boils start as red, swollen lumps. They grow when bacteria infect a hair follicle or small wound. The area fills with pus, becomes hot and painful, and eventually bursts. Infections like this were common when bathing was rare and clean bandages were hard to find. People tried what they had. Pig fat was easy to get, soft to the touch, and held heat well. That made it feel like a proper remedy. The warmth seemed to help at first. It reduced pain and made the skin easier to press. But applying fat too early or in the wrong way sealed in the infection rather than pulling it out. The fat was often taken from cured meat or scraped off fresh cuts. Some people rendered it at home, melting bits of pork over a fire until they became smooth. Others saved drippings from cooking and stored them in pots. The fat was applied warm, not hot. Too much heat would burn the skin. Too little wouldn't spread. Healers used fingers, wooden sticks, or cloth to dab it onto the boil. In homes, mothers or older sisters handled the job. They pressed the fat over the swelling and wrapped it in linen. Then they waited. If the boil burst during the night, the treatment was praised. The cloth was peeled back, the skin cleaned with wine or vinegar, and more fat was added to soothe the wound. If the boil didn't open, the process was repeated. Day after day, the fat was applied and the wound stayed sealed. In those cases, the boil grew worse. The fat softened the outer skin, but kept the pus inside. The body kept fighting. More swelling followed. The infection spread. Some boils were small and healed on their own. Others turned into abscesses. The fat did nothing to stop that. It had no antibacterial properties. It didn't clean the wound. In some cases, the fat itself carried bacteria. If it had been stored in an open pot, touched with dirty hands, or mixed with old herbs, it brought more harm than help. But because the fat looked clean and smelled mild, people trusted it. Healers had different ways of preparing the fat. Some mixed in crushed garlic or onion, thinking it would strengthen the draw. Others added ash, soot, or burnt cloth. These additions turned the fat black or gritty. That gave the mixture the look of strong medicine, but it didn't change how the wound behaved. The skin stayed hot, the lump grew, the pressure built. When the boil finally opened, it often left a deep hole. Some people massaged the boil with fat, thinking it would move the infection toward the surface. They pressed and rubbed until the skin thinned or tore. That force sometimes helped a boil drain, but it also pushed bacteria into deeper layers. The result was more pain and a larger wound. When fever followed, the person was told the body was purging the sickness. No one blamed the treatment. In some towns, fat was used for every skin problem: boils, burns, rashes, and blisters. It was seen as a universal fix. It kept the skin moist and made coverings stick. That made it useful, even if it didn't heal. People liked how it felt. A boil rubbed with fat was easier to bear. The pain seemed less sharp. That comfort made the treatment hard to question. Children were treated with fat often. If a child developed a lump behind the ear or on the leg, a parent applied warm fat and told them to lie still. If the child cried, they were promised it would feel better soon. And sometimes it did, for a little while. But if the boil got worse, the child was blamed for moving too much or touching it. The fat was never blamed. It was simply reapplied, thicker this time, warmer, with a new cloth. Some boiled the fat with water before use. They believed the steam would cleanse it. Others stored it in cloth bags and kept it near the fire, always soft and ready. There were no standards. One person's cure was another's mistake. If someone in the village healed quickly, neighbors copied what they had done. If the same treatment led to death in someone else, it was seen as a matter of fate or timing. When boils grew large or appeared in clusters, the treatment didn't change. More fat, more cloth, more time. Even when the skin cracked and yellow pus oozed out, people believed the fat had done its job. They didn't ask whether the boil would have burst without it. They saw the moment of release as proof. The body had let go of the poison. That was what mattered. There were better treatments even then. Boiling water could clean a wound. Clean cloth could keep dirt out, but fat was easier to get. It didn't sting like vinegar. It didn't look harsh. It was soft, warm, and easy to spread. That made it feel safer. Even when the fat sealed in the infection, even when fever followed, people used it again. They didn't link the treatment to the worsening illness. They saw the fat as gentle, the pain as natural, the boil as something the body had to work through. So the fat stayed on the shelf. It was heated and stirred, spread and wrapped, pressed into skin that burned from within. And every time a boil burst, days late, full of infection, leaving a wound too deep to close. The cloth was lifted, the wound wiped clean, and the same fat was prepared again. Because it felt right. Because it did something. Because it had always been there, waiting in the pot. People once tried to revive the drowned by blowing smoke into the rectum. It sounds impossible, but it was common in parts of Europe during the later medieval period and into the early modern age. The belief was that smoke, full of heat and movement, could jumpstart the body. The cold, limp body of a drowning victim was seen as needing warmth and pressure. The lungs weren't working. The heart was still. Breathing into the mouth wasn't yet understood. So they turned to the other end. The practice had structure. The equipment was basic but intentional. A pipe was inserted into the rectum, sometimes made of wood, horn, or metal. The other end was connected to a bellows, a tobacco pipe, or the mouth of the rescuer. If they used bellows, they filled them with smoke first by burning tobacco or dried leaves. Then they pumped the air directly into the body. If no bellows were available, a person blew through a hollow tube. The smoke went in. The body lay still. Everyone watched. The goal was to warm the victim from the inside. People believed that drowning caused the body to become cold and swollen with water. They thought the smoke would dry it out. The heat would travel up the gut to the chest, push out the water, and wake the person. In some cases, the body convulsed. The muscles clenched. That was seen as a good sign. It meant the smoke had reached something deep inside. If the person coughed, vomited, or moved, the treatment was called a success. This wasn't a joke. It was a real and serious response. Families carried smoke kits near rivers. Rescuers were trained in the method. In London, the technique was used along the Thames. There were signs near docks and bridges instructing people on how to perform it. Physicians wrote about it. Pamphlets were printed. The message was clear. If someone stopped breathing, blow smoke into the rectum and see if they return. Tobacco was the smoke of choice. It burned hot and fast. People said it had life-giving properties. It was strong, bitter, and made the eyes water. If it made healthy people cough, they figured it might stir the drowned awake. They didn't think about the harm. They didn't know that tobacco smoke carried toxins. They didn't understand that heat and smoke could burn the colon or tear the rectum. They only saw that sometimes, after many minutes, someone gasped. That gasp was enough to repeat the method. There were variations. Some used smoke mixed with ash, others burned herbs, sage, rosemary, or lavender, and directed the vapor into the body. The reasoning stayed the same. Smoke had movement. Smoke had heat. The drowned were still and cold. Put one into the other and life might return. There were rules about how long to blow, how hard to push, and how many times to try. Some said it should be done in bursts. Others said a long, steady stream worked better. If nothing happened after 10 minutes, they tried again. The person on the ground was handled roughly. Arms were lifted, legs were bent, the belly was pressed. If water came out of the mouth, they cheered. If the person twitched, they pushed more smoke. This wasn't done in isolation. It was often combined with other methods, rubbing the body with hot cloths, laying the person near a fire, or swinging the arms in circles. Mouth-to-mouth wasn't practiced yet. The lungs were off limits. But the bowels, people believed, connected directly to the center of the body. Smoke entered there and climbed upward. That was the logic. Some people resisted. They said the treatment was shameful or dangerous. Others believed it was a gift from nature. Tobacco was new to Europe at the time, and many claimed it had almost magical properties. It cleared the mind, lifted the spirit, and opened the body. If it could calm the living, maybe it could call back the dying. Doctors defended the practice. They said it stimulated the nerves and restarted the blood. They had no way to test this, but the explanations were convincing enough to keep the method in use for generations. It moved from villages to cities. It was taught in schools and published in journals. In some places, it became a required part of water rescue. The equipment changed over time. Simple reeds were replaced with specially made tubes. Bellows were crafted with valves and chambers to hold more smoke. Some had handles carved with symbols of life or healing. These tools were passed down from one rescuer to the next. They were stored with pride. Their owners believed they held the power to undo death. Stories spread. A child pulled from a river, blue and silent, brought back to breath with a single puff. A man found floating in a canal, revived after 3 rounds of smoke. These tales gave hope. They gave people something to believe in when all else failed. But the success was rare. Most people didn't wake up. The damage was already done. Lungs filled with water. Brains went without oxygen. The smoke added little, but because the effort was visible, and because it felt active, it stayed. The alternative, doing nothing, felt worse. No one tracked the harm, the burns, the tears, the infections. Those who didn't survive couldn't tell what it felt like. Those who did were told they were lucky. If they winced or bled, it was blamed on the near death itself, not the rescue. The method faded slowly. It was replaced by better tools, better understanding, and better training. But for a time, blowing smoke into the rectum was the best anyone knew to do. It was an act of hope, done with urgency and belief. People gathered by the water, lifted the limp body, inserted the tube, and held their breath as they pushed smoke in. And they waited, just in case. Wearing a vulture heart to ward off illness was once considered a serious form of protection. The practice appeared in different forms across parts of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. People believed the vulture, as a scavenger that fed on rotting flesh yet remained healthy, held some kind of natural immunity. They thought that by taking a part of the bird, especially its heart, and keeping it close to the body, they could borrow that same protection. The heart was dried, wrapped in cloth or leather, and hung from a string or cord. Most wore it under the shirt, close to the chest. It was supposed to keep sickness away. In reality, it did nothing but add a foul smell and a constant risk of infection. The vulture's ability to eat carrion without dying made it a creature of contradiction. People feared it and respected it. It circled the dying, but never seemed to fall ill itself. That gave it a place in folklore as a creature that could resist plague, poison, or curses. If the bird could live off death, then its organs must hold power. The heart, being the center of life and motion, was seen as the strongest part. That belief went back centuries. Across many cultures, the heart was more than a muscle. It was the seat of courage, strength, and protection. People thought wearing the vulture's heart could form a barrier. Some said it would confuse evil spirits, which might otherwise enter the body and cause sickness. Others said the heart emitted a sort of energy that strengthened the blood and kept the lungs clear. None of this was based on observation or fact. It was symbolic thinking. Something looked strong, so it must offer strength. Something resisted disease, so it must block it. The heart was not medicine. It was a talisman, a charm. People didn't take it off, even when it turned sour against the skin. Vulture hearts were hard to come by. Killing a vulture wasn't easy. They were large, sharp-beaked, and not usually found in towns or villages. Hunters or traders brought the organs to market dried and shriveled, sometimes already wrapped. They charged high prices. In some cases, people used imitation hearts made of cloth stuffed with animal blood or dirt, believing the form alone was enough. But those who had money or access wanted the real thing. The worse it smelled, the more they believed in its strength. Imagine a merchant traveling along a trade route. He carries goods but fears getting sick along the way. He buys a vulture heart from a healer in a dusty village. It's wrapped in goat skin and tied with a red string. He tucks it under his shirt. The trip is long and rough. He doesn't fall ill. He gives credit to the heart, not to his good health or luck. When he returns home, he tells others. The next time someone feels a cough coming on, they look for a heart to wear. Or picture a mother placing the dried organ around her child's neck before a long winter. She can't afford a doctor. Her family already lost 2 children to illness the year before. She believes the heart will protect her son. She hides it under his clothes, tells him not to remove it. When he survives the season without getting sick, she thanks the heart. The child says nothing about the rash that grew under the cord, or the sore skin where the dried tissue pressed against his chest. The vulture heart wasn't worn for comfort. It shrank and hardened as it dried. The surface became rough. In heat or moisture, it softened again and began to rot. The smell was sharp and foul, half meat, half dust. It mixed with sweat and stuck to fabric. People tried to wrap it tightly, but that only held the moisture in. When it grew mold or attracted insects, people said the heart was working too hard, that it had drawn in illness. They didn't remove it. They wore it longer. Some treated the heart with herbs or resins to mask the smell. Myrrh, pine pitch, or vinegar were used to coat the surface. These efforts made the pouch less offensive, but didn't stop the decay. Others packed the organ in salt before drying it, which helped preserve it, but the moment it touched sweat or rain, it broke down. The organ had no place being next to skin for weeks or months at a time. It wasn't just useless, it was unsanitary. Infections followed. Skin broke under the weight and irritation. Bacteria from the heart entered open sores. Some people developed fevers or abscesses. The link between the sickness and the charm was rarely made. If anything, worsening health made people wear the heart more faithfully. They believed the illness was testing them, or that the heart hadn't been charged properly. They sought new rituals. Some said the heart had to be worn during sleep. Others said it worked best when worn during prayer or fasting. These rules built a system around the item, which made it harder to question. Children were especially vulnerable. Parents strapped the pouches onto infants and toddlers, tying the cords tightly so they wouldn't fall off. In some cases, the pouch was never removed. The child grew up with it always against the skin. The area under the heart grew raw. In hotter climates, maggots sometimes formed. But these signs were seen not as filth, but as symbols. The heart had absorbed the illness. The child had been spared. The practice also spread during times of plague. When cities were full of death, people wore whatever they thought might help. A vulture heart became a last line of defense. It was small, portable, and required no skill to use. Just wear it and wait. That was its appeal. In chaos, simple answers feel powerful. Carrying death to fight death felt poetic. It gave people the illusion of control. Even after better medicine appeared, the practice stayed in some places. It had become cultural, tied to identity. To remove the heart was to risk inviting harm. People passed them down from parent to child. Some were kept in family boxes and only worn during sickness. Others were sewn into clothing. The belief didn't weaken with science. It just moved into quieter corners. There is no benefit to wearing a dried vulture heart. It holds no medical value. It doesn't protect from viruses, bacteria, or parasites. It doesn't boost immunity. It offers only risk, infection, irritation, and disease. But the people who wore it weren't trying to be clever. They were trying to stay alive. They looked at the world around them and made guesses. The vulture seemed immune to death, so they took part of it and kept it close. Not because it worked, but because they needed something to believe in. Eating burnt mouse ashes was once a common folk remedy for stomach pain. It showed up most often among poor communities, especially in rural areas, where formal medicine was hard to reach or too expensive. The method was simple. A mouse was caught, killed, and burned until nothing but ash remained. That ash was then collected and mixed with water, milk, or sometimes bread. The person in pain would swallow it and wait. If the pain eased, they said the cure worked. If it didn't, they tried again or blamed it on a deeper illness. Either way, the ashes stayed part of the cure book for years. The belief came from an old idea, like treats like mice eat scraps. They live in walls and under floorboards. They survive off almost nothing. People thought that a creature so good at surviving could pass on its strength, even in death. Burning the mouse was seen as a way to purify it. The fire removed disease. The ash left behind was thought to hold the animal's essence, dry, concentrated, and ready to be absorbed. The stomach was seen as the center of the body's health. Any discomfort, bloating, cramps, acid was taken seriously. If someone couldn't eat or hold food, they couldn't work. In poor families, that was dangerous. When someone got stomach pain, there wasn't always food to try a gentle diet. There weren't doctors to ask. There were no antacids, no pain relievers. But there were mice. A trap, a fire, and a spoon were all it took. Imagine a laborer with a knotted stomach after days of spoiled bread and well water. His wife catches a mouse in the shed. She burns it over the fire, crushes the ashes, and stirs them into broth. He drinks it while grimacing. The taste is bitter, the smell worse. But he believes it might help. A few hours later, the pain fades. Maybe it was indigestion. Maybe it would have passed on its own. But in his mind, the mouse saved him. He tells his neighbors, they remember. The method spreads. Sometimes, the ashes were mixed with honey or molasses to hide the taste. Sometimes they were packed into small pills and dried for later use. In some households, there was a jar of mouse ash kept near the fireplace. It was treated like medicine, kept dry and ready. When a child complained of stomach pain, a small pinch was stirred into water and handed over. If the child gagged, it was seen as a good sign. If they vomited, even better, the sickness was coming out. Burning the mouse was thought to make it clean. People didn't think about what the mouse might have eaten or the diseases it might carry. They believed the fire erased those things. In truth, the ash held nothing of use. Burning destroyed any protein or fat that might have had nutritional value. What was left was carbon, minerals, and whatever the mouse had in its stomach when it died. If the mouse had eaten poison, that poison could survive the burn. If it carried bacteria, the ashes might still hold spores. There was no filter, no testing. The body took in whatever was left. Ash is not food. It does not break down the way nutrients do. It contains rough particles that can irritate the stomach lining. In small amounts, it might pass through without harm. In larger amounts, it could cause more discomfort. It could lead to constipation, nausea, or even internal abrasion. If the person already had ulcers, the ash could make things worse. But those effects didn't always show up right away. People blamed the sickness, not the cure. The idea stuck because it looked like action. When someone is in pain, doing something feels better than waiting. Lighting a fire, grinding ash, preparing a mixture, it gave people a role to play. It turned fear into motion. That motion became memory. People told stories of relatives who swore by the method. Your uncle used this during the winter when the potatoes turned sour. Your grandmother kept a pouch in her apron for when the baby cried with stomach gas. These stories mattered more than proof. In some towns, local healers took the method further. They used ashes from white mice only. Others added herbs or charcoal to balance the mixture. Some burned the mouse with its tail tied in a knot, believing this increased the cure's strength. These rituals gave the practice weight. It wasn't just ashes, it was a recipe. That made people trust it more. Children were given smaller doses. Some were told to chew on a piece of bread rubbed with ash. Others were made to drink it with goat's milk. The gagging, the crying, it was all part of the process. If the child stopped complaining, the cure was praised. If they got worse, it was blamed on the illness, not the method. The ash kept its reputation either way. Some believed the ashes absorbed bad humors in the gut. Others said the mouse's life force fought the sickness. These words gave shape to pain. They made people feel like they understood what was happening inside the body, even if they didn't. Stomach pain is invisible. It doesn't show like a cut or a bruise. Folk cures tried to make the invisible into something physical. A pouch, a pinch, a black powder on the tongue. The danger wasn't just in the ash itself, it was in the delay. Someone with serious stomach problems, like appendicitis, infection, or bleeding, might spend days trying this method while their condition worsened. By the time they sought help, it was too late. But that outcome didn't erase the belief. It just reinforced the idea that some illnesses were beyond help, that the cure had done all it could. In some parts of Europe, the practice was tied to superstition. People believed mice were linked to the underworld. Burning them turned death into medicine. In other places, the ash was used in spells to draw out sickness. A person would drink the ash while standing over a fire or while facing east. These rules made the cure feel serious, even sacred. But the core idea was always the same. Take something small and overlooked, burn it, and hope it fixes what hurts inside. People wanted something cheap, fast, and local. A mouse was all three. It came from the same walls that held the family in at night. It scurried over the same floors. If that creature could survive so close to sickness and filth, it must have power. Burning it, swallowing it, made that power yours. That was the thinking. It had nothing to do with biology or chemistry. It was about survival. Doing something, anything, when you couldn't afford to do nothing. Burnt mouse ashes didn't ease stomach pain. They didn't calm the gut, fight infection, or absorb acid. They offered only grit and smoke, swallowed with hope. But for a long time, hope was the only thing some people had. When it seemed to work, even once, they held on to it like truth. Wearing a pouch of dried blood around the neck was once seen as a way to protect the body from illness or harm. The idea was rooted in superstition, not science. People believed that blood held power. If taken from the right source, an animal, a warrior, a relative, it could act as a shield. The pouch was usually made of leather or cloth, tied with a string and worn close to the skin. Some wore it openly, others hid it under clothing. It was rarely questioned. In many places, it was part of daily life, passed down through families, treated as a charm as much as a cure. The belief came from older ideas about the body and spirit. Blood was life. It was warm, red, and hard to replace. People feared losing it, and they respected anything that came from it. In their minds, blood didn't stop being powerful after it dried. It kept its force. A small pouch could carry that force with you, holding off bad spirits or keeping sickness away. That kind of thinking was common in times when medicine was rare or unknown. If someone survived a fever or a plague while wearing a blood pouch, the item became proof. No one asked about the ones who wore it and died. The blood could come from many sources. Some used animal blood, usually from goats, chickens, or pigs. Others believed human blood was stronger. In a few cases, the blood came from family members, sometimes taken at birth or during a ritual. It was dried and wrapped in cloth or skin, often mixed with herbs or ash. The mixture was thought to increase the power. The pouch was kept dry and people avoided touching it. It was not meant to be opened. The contents were sacred. Imagine a young man heading into battle. His mother gives him a pouch with dried blood from his father, who had died in a previous fight. She ties it around his neck and tells him it will protect him. He wears it under his armor, near his chest. In the chaos of battle, he's struck but survives. He credits the pouch, he tells others. The pouch becomes a symbol, it's passed down. No one looks closely at what's inside. They just believe. Or picture a sick child in a small village. A healer makes a pouch with dried lamb's blood and crushed root. She places it on a string and tells the parents to keep it around the child's neck. Days pass. The fever breaks. The parents believe the pouch helped. They keep it and use it again when the next illness comes. If the child had died, they might have said the sickness was too strong, not that the pouch failed. Belief worked like that. It bent around the outcome to stay alive. But dried blood doesn't protect. It doesn't fight infection. It doesn't repel disease. Once blood leaves the body, it begins to break down. Bacteria multiply in it, especially if it's not dried in clean conditions. The pouch becomes a trap for germs. If it gets wet, through sweat, rain, or humidity, the dried blood can soften. Mold can grow. Spores can spread through fabric. When worn near the skin, the pouch becomes a source of risk, not safety. Some people developed skin infections under the pouch. They got rashes, boils, or open sores. Others felt faint or feverish without knowing why. They didn't blame the pouch. They blamed bad air, poor luck, or spirits. The pouch stayed around the neck. It was too important to remove, even when it clearly caused harm. The smell was often a clue. Old blood carries a sharp, iron-like odor. Mixed with heat and sweat, it becomes worse. Some people ignored the smell. Others took it as a sign the pouch was working. They believed the scent meant the power inside was active. That kind of thinking made people blind to danger. If something caused discomfort, it was labeled as strength. If it made someone sick, it was blamed on misuse. The pouch itself was rarely questioned. In rare cases, people added fresh blood to the pouch during rituals. They opened the pouch, dripped in a few drops, and sewed it shut again. This kept the contents moist and dangerous. The pouch was no longer just unsanitary, it became a source of live bacteria. Blood carries pathogens. Without clean tools or surfaces, the risk of spreading illness grew. And still, the belief held. Some pouches were worn to prevent specific illnesses. In one region, people believed dried rooster blood would prevent nosebleeds. In another, lamb's blood was thought to protect women during childbirth. In both cases, the pouch was made before the illness occurred. It acted like a shield. People carried it like a modern-day vaccine, even though it had no effect. Any recovery was seen as proof. Children often wore these pouches. Parents tied them on at birth and left them there. Some never removed them. The cloth darkened with time. The smell grew. The pouch rested on the chest, rubbed against the skin, collected sweat, dust, and bacteria. If the child got sick, more herbs were added. If the child died, the pouch was buried with them. If the child lived, the pouch became part of their body, their story. They passed it on to their own children. In many cultures, blood was seen as a bridge between the body and the spirit. That made it sacred. To carry it meant carrying power. That belief is strong and hard to break. People respected the pouch. They whispered to it. They refused to burn it or throw it away. Even when it grew old and brittle, they kept it near. That emotional weight made it hard to see it as a health risk. Over time, people began to use alternatives. Some replaced blood with colored stones or painted cloth. The pouch stayed, but the contents changed. That made the practice safer, but the original idea stuck around. Even today, there are places where dried animal parts are worn for protection. Blood, once central, became symbolic. But for a long time, it was real, and it carried real risks. The pouch wasn't worn for fashion. It was worn with purpose. It was heavy with belief. That belief didn't come from foolishness. It came from fear, from love, from the desire to protect when nothing else was available. But the truth is clear. Dried blood around the neck didn't heal. It didn't guard the body. It sat close to the skin, gathering heat and moisture, growing bacteria. What people thought was protection was actually exposure. They carried illness with them, tied in string, tucked under cloth, passed down with pride. Letting dogs lick wounds was once seen as a natural way to heal. The idea came from watching animals. When dogs get hurt, they lick themselves. They also lick each other. People saw this and believed the licking helped. They thought a dog's mouth held healing power, that the tongue could clean the wound and help it close faster. Some went further. They believed a dog's saliva could fight infection. This belief lasted for centuries. In some places, it still shows up. But the truth is simple. A dog's mouth is not clean. Letting it touch an open wound is more likely to spread disease than to help. The belief spread because it looked like instinct. Dogs didn't need to be taught to lick wounds, they just did it. And in some cases, animals recovered. People connected the two. They saw a wounded leg, a few days of licking, and a healed scab. They thought the tongue was the cause. In fact, the body healed itself. The licking may have made no difference, or may have slowed things down. But to someone watching from the outside, the cause and effect seemed clear. The dog licked, and the wound healed. People began to try it on themselves. If a man cut his hand in the field, he might let his dog lick it while he sat and rested. If a child scraped a knee, a family dog might run over and lick the blood. Parents sometimes allowed it. Some even encouraged it. They said the dog would make it better. In their minds, the dog was part of the cure. The warm tongue and gentle touch gave comfort. That comfort became confused with healing. But comfort isn't the same thing as care. A dog's mouth carries bacteria. Some of these bacteria are harmless to dogs but dangerous to people. Capnocytophaga canemorsis is one example. It lives in the mouths of many healthy dogs. It usually doesn't hurt them. But in humans, especially those with weak immune systems, it can cause serious infection. There are also strains of Pastorella, Staphylococcus, and Streptococcus. These bacteria enter the bloodstream through cuts. Once inside, they spread fast. People who let dogs lick deep wounds sometimes developed fever, swelling, or redness. Some ended up with sepsis. Others lost fingers, toes, or worse. These risks were not understood at the time. When infection followed, it was blamed on the wound itself, not the dog. People thought the illness came from the air or from bad blood. They didn't connect it to the animal. That allowed the belief to continue. If a dog licked a wound and the person healed, the licking was praised. If the person got sick, the focus stayed on the injury. The role of the dog was rarely questioned. Imagine a boy in a village who falls and slices his arm on a sharp rock. His dog comes to his side and licks the blood. The boy winces but doesn't stop it. The tongue feels warm. He's been told this helps. The next day, the wound looks worse. Red streaks spread up his arm. A fever follows. His family thinks the cut was too deep. They try poultices and prayers. No one mentions the dog. If the boy recovers, the danger fades from memory. If he dies, the story ends with the wound, not the licking. Some took the belief further. They said certain dogs were better at healing than others. A black dog, or one born during a full moon, was thought to have more power. Some families brought in dogs from other villages, hoping a special breed or type would work better. Others claimed the dog had to fast for a day before licking the wound. These rules made the practice feel more structured, more like medicine, but they didn't change the outcome. the risk stayed the same. In a few rare cases, people even tried to use dog licking as a last resort. If a wound wouldn't close, if pus kept coming, they let the dog lick it again. This repeated contact made things worse. Dogs, not knowing any better, would lick not just the wound, but the bandage, the floor, the hands of anyone nearby. The bacteria moved from place to place. What began as a small cut turned into a large infection. Still, the belief stayed strong. Some claimed the licking worked because the saliva held special chemicals. That part is partly true. Dog saliva has enzymes. One of them, lysozyme, breaks down bacteria in the mouth. But these enzymes work only in small ways. They help the dog keep its mouth clean. They don't heal wounds in humans. In fact, the damage done by the bacteria in the saliva far outweighs any benefit from enzymes. The idea of natural antibiotics in a dog's mouth sounds appealing, but it falls apart under real testing. Dogs also lick with force. They drag the tongue over the same spot again and again. That action can open scabs, tear new skin, and delay healing. In some cases, the dog keeps licking because of the taste of blood or the salt in sweat. Not out of care, but instinct. The licking becomes obsessive. The wound stays raw. For people who believe the licking is helping, this looks like the dog trying harder. They don't see the damage. They only see the loyalty. Children were often the most affected. Their wounds were smaller, their immune systems weaker, and their skin more prone to tearing. Families who allowed dogs to lick small cuts sometimes watched those cuts grow into abscesses. When the children got sick, the blame went to the weather, to spirits, to chance. Rarely to the dog. The animal stayed a symbol of comfort and cure, even when the result was the opposite. There were attempts to formalize the practice. Some healers kept dogs for this purpose. They claimed their dogs were trained not to bite, trained to lick only the right way. In reality, the dogs were just calm and obedient. No dog can control what bacteria lives in its mouth. These healers charged money or took trade for their services. They used the licking as part of a larger ritual. Candles were lit, herbs were burned. The dog licked while people prayed. If healing followed, the whole process was remembered. If it didn't, something else was blamed: bad luck, weak spirit, or a sin left unconfessed. None of this means people were foolish. They worked with what they had. In places with no doctors, no clean tools, and no antibiotics, a dog's warm tongue and steady presence felt like a gift. When the pain was high and options were low, even a bad cure felt better than none. But comfort can't replace clean care. And animal instinct, however gentle it looks, doesn't equal healing. Today, we know how wounds heal. We know how bacteria spread. We understand the immune system and how to support it. We can clean a wound with sterile water. We can protect it with a bandage. We don't need a dog to lick it. What people once saw as care, we now see as risk. A dog's loyalty doesn't make its mouth safe. And letting it near an open wound, however well-meaning, invites more harm than help. Drinking water mixed with crushed snails was once believed to stop internal bleeding. The logic was more guesswork than science. People saw that snails were wet, slimy, and soft. They imagined that same texture working inside the body, soothing, sealing, or somehow stopping blood from leaking. They thought the snail's slime could coat the stomach or intestines and help the body heal from the inside. The idea wasn't based on anatomy or real observation. It came from surface-level thinking. Wet thing goes in, bleeding stops. But that's not how the body works, and the result was often nothing more than nausea and false hope. The practice showed up in small rural communities where doctors were scarce. When someone had symptoms of internal bleeding, vomiting blood, passing dark stool, feeling faint, there was little to do. If a healer couldn't see the source of the bleeding, they tried to treat it with something that felt calming or natural. Snails were easy to find. You could gather them from gardens or near water. They were slow, easy to catch, and didn't cost anything. Some people believed they had healing properties because they stayed moist and seemed unaffected by injury. The same way people believed aloe soothed burns because of its gel, they believed snails must soothe internal wounds because of their slime. Preparation varied. Some would crush snails whole, shell and all, and stir the remains into cool water. Others would remove the shells, crush the bodies, and add the slime to milk or broth. Some boiled the mixture. Others drank it raw. The person was told to swallow it slowly, sometimes over several days, and wait for signs of improvement. If bleeding stopped, the snails got the credit. If not, the illness was seen as too severe. Either way, the mixture was unpleasant. It smelled of earth and rot. The texture was thick and slippery. Drinking it caused gagging or vomiting in many cases. That was seen as a side effect, not a failure. Imagine a farmer who's been feeling weak. He passes dark, tar-like stool. He hides it at first. When he can't stand without getting dizzy, he tells his wife. She calls the healer, who suspects bleeding in the stomach or gut. There's no medicine, no surgery, no way to look inside. The healer gathers snails from the garden. She washes them, crushes them in a bowl, and adds water. The man drinks the slimy mixture with a grimace. It sticks in his throat. He feels worse, not better. But the next day the bleeding slows. Maybe the vessel sealed on its own. Maybe it was a small ulcer starting to heal. Either way, the snail water is praised. The word spreads. The snail's slime is mostly water and a few proteins. It helps the snail move, protects its body, and keeps it from drying out. It has no special clotting factors. It doesn't interact with human tissue in a way that stops bleeding. Inside the stomach, any slime is broken down by acid. It doesn't coat the lining. It doesn't reach the bloodstream. But these facts weren't known to the people using the treatment. They worked with what they could see. The snail stayed moist. That meant it must help. Some people also believed snails had cooling properties. They were seen as a way to calm hot illnesses, bleeding, fever, inflammation. Folk medicine often divided sickness into hot and cold. If the body was hot, the cure needed to be cold. Snail water felt cold going down. That was enough to make it feel useful. People thought it balanced the body. The fact that it did nothing inside didn't matter as much as the feeling it gave while being used. There were warnings too. Some said to only use certain types of snails, small, white-shelled ones found on stone walls after rain. Others said to avoid garden snails that fed on certain plants. These rules added layers of belief. They made the practice feel more specific, more trustworthy, but the core method remained the same. Find a snail, crush it, mix it with water, and drink. In some cases, people mixed the snail water with herbs thought to stop bleeding, like yarrow or shepherd's purse. Those plants may have had mild astringent effects. If someone improved after taking this mix, the snails often got the credit, even though the herbs had more active compounds. That kind of confusion happened often in folk cures. One part of a mixture caused the effect, but the more dramatic or memorable part, like the crushed snail, became the focus. The risk was mostly from contamination. Snails eat decaying matter. They carry parasites and bacteria. Crushing them raw and drinking the fluid exposed people to all kinds of illness. Rat lungworm, for example, can be carried by snails. It causes neurological damage. There are other parasites that live in or on snails and pass to humans through unclean handling. People didn't know about microbes, so they didn't understand the danger. If someone got sicker after drinking the snail water, the worsening was blamed on the original bleeding, not the treatment. Children were sometimes given smaller doses. The thought was that the snail's slime would settle their upset stomachs. Some parents mixed the slime with honey to make it easier to swallow. The result was the same. No benefit, only risk. Most children either threw it up or swallowed it and stayed the same. If they got better, it was likely because the illness passed on its own. But the story stayed. Snails helped. Snails also appeared in other parts of folk medicine. People rubbed them on warts or burns. They believed the slime helped skin grow back. That belief still exists in some beauty products, though those use purified extracts, not crushed raw snails. Drinking them, though, was always the more extreme version. It pushed the idea that something natural and strange could work better than nothing. Drinking water mixed with crushed snails was once believed to stop internal bleeding. The logic was more guesswork than science. People saw that snails were wet, slimy, and soft. They imagined that same texture working inside the body, soothing, sealing, or somehow stopping blood from leaking. They thought the snail's slime could coat the stomach or intestines and help the body heal from the inside. The idea wasn't based on anatomy or real observation. It came from surface-level thinking. Wet thing goes in, bleeding stops. But that's not how the body works, and the result was often nothing more than nausea and false hope. The practice showed up in small rural communities where doctors were scarce. People once believed that eating snake meat could protect them from poison. It came from a simple idea: fight poison with poison. Snakes were feared for their venom, but they also fascinated people. They moved silently, struck quickly, and killed with a single bite. That kind of danger made them powerful in stories and medicine. If the animal could kill, then maybe it could also cure. That belief led people to use parts of the snake, especially the meat, as an antidote. This wasn't just a rural myth. It appeared in writings from early herbalists and physicians. In some places, dried snake meat was ground into powder and added to wine. In others, it was boiled into broth or roasted and eaten whole. People thought it worked like a vaccine. A small dose of something dangerous would train the body to resist it. This made sense to them, though they had no understanding of how venom or immunity actually worked. The logic was built on observation, not science. Someone gets bitten by a snake and survives. Later, they seem unaffected by another bite. Maybe they were lucky. Maybe the second bite was dry. But to the people watching, it looked like immunity. Then someone hears that this person once ate snake meat. The story grows. Now, snake meat isn't just food, it's protection. People begin to eat it before traveling into the woods or mountains, thinking it will guard them against bites. In some areas, people ate snake meat after being bitten. The thought was that the snake's flesh, still holding traces of venom, would cancel out the poison already in the bloodstream. This idea was never tested in a controlled way. It spread through word of mouth. The results were mixed. Some people lived, others died. The survivors gave credit to the meat. The deaths were blamed on fate or delay. That's how folk cures hold on. When they seem to work, they're remembered. When they fail, the failure gets pushed aside. Snake meat was also used in combination with other ingredients. Dried herbs, vinegar, charcoal, or alcohol might be mixed in. Sometimes the meat was wrapped in cloth and tied to the bite wound. Other times it was eaten raw, as fast as possible. The speed was seen as important. The quicker you got the meat into the body, the better chance it had to meet the poison and stop it. People thought the snake's own essence would neutralize its venom, like two fires canceling each other out. That's not how venom works. When a venomous snake bites, the toxins spread through tissue and blood. They attack nerves, muscles, or blood cells, depending on the type. Eating meat from the same snake does nothing to stop that. The venom is already in the body, moving fast. The stomach breaks down what it eats. Venom in meat won't reach the bloodstream in time, and even if it did, it wouldn't cancel the effect. The two toxins don't meet and fight. That idea is based on imagination, not biology. Still, the practice continued. People didn't always have access to antivenom. In remote areas, there were no hospitals. If someone was bitten, they tried whatever was near. If they had a snake hanging in the smokehouse or a dried bit wrapped in cloth, they used it. It became a ritual. You eat the meat, say a prayer, and wait. Sometimes that's all a person could do. If the bite was mild, they survived. If it was bad, they didn't. But in either case, the snake meat got the credit or the excuse. In some cultures, eating snake meat wasn't just for emergencies. It was part of regular life. People believed it built resistance. Hunters or travelers would eat it once a season or before heading into risky areas. Children were sometimes fed small bits to toughen their blood. That belief runs deep in many traditions. It shows up in other areas too. People drink small amounts of alcohol to harden their liver, eat bitter roots to clean the stomach, or chew bark to protect their teeth. It's the same thinking. Train the body by challenging it. There are also beliefs that snakes resist their own venom. This is partly true. Many snakes have some immunity to their own species' venom, but not complete resistance. People took this as proof. If the snake can survive it and I eat the snake, then I will survive it too. That's a stretch. The snake's resistance comes from biology, not magic. Eating it doesn't pass that on. But the idea made sense to people trying to stay alive with what they had. Imagine a shepherd in the hills of southern Italy. He's alone with his flock. He sees vipers in the rocks. He keeps a dried piece of snake in his pouch. He was told by his grandfather to chew it if he ever gets bitten. One day he does. The bite stings. The leg swells. He chews the meat, gags on the smell, and waits. He survives. Maybe the bite wasn't deep, maybe the venom was light, but he believes the meat saved him. He tells the story. Others listen. The practice continues. Snake meat itself is not toxic. In some parts of the world, it's eaten as food. Rattlesnake is cooked in the American South. Cobra and other species are eaten in parts of Asia. As a protein, it's safe when cooked well. But that's not the same as medicine. Cooking removes any venom, but also removes any chance, however slim, that the meat might affect the body's immune response. If eaten raw or undercooked, it can carry parasites or bacteria. That risk was often ignored in folk practice. People focused on the cure, not the danger. Some also believed that the meat worked best when taken from the same snake that did the biting. If you could kill the snake that bit you, its flesh had the strongest antidote. That turned the cure into a hunt. People chased injured snakes with shaking hands, hoping to kill them before the venom took hold. This added stress, danger, and delay. If the person lived, it made the story even better. If they died, there was no one left to question the cure. There's a modern echo of this idea in how anti-venom is made. Technicians inject small amounts of venom into animals, usually horses. The animals build antibodies. Those are extracted and turned into treatment. But that's a lab process, not something you get from eating meat. It takes weeks of careful dosing, not a single bite. People confuse the idea of venom exposure with the meat of the animal itself. One contains the danger. The other is just muscle and fat. The belief in snake meat as a cure came from a place of fear and survival. When something strikes you out of nowhere and leaves you fighting for your life, you don't wait for perfect knowledge. You act with what's in reach. If someone says snake meat worked for their cousin or their brother, you try it. That's how folk cures begin, not with proof, but with stories. And the more stories a cure collects, the more real it starts to feel. Even when science says otherwise. Using the blood of the innocent as a cure is one of the darkest ideas to come out of folk medicine and superstition. It was never a common practice, but stories of it existed in parts of Europe and the Middle East during certain periods of history. These acts were tied more to desperation and myth than any real belief in healing power. In most cases, it was less about medicine and more about fear, control, and misunderstanding of illness and the human body. Still, the idea took root in scattered places, and when it did, it brought harm. People once believed blood carried the life force. It was seen as the center of energy, spirit, or strength. If someone was sick, it meant something was missing or failing inside them. They looked pale, weak, or cold. Blood, being warm and red, seemed like the answer. Giving them blood from another person, especially someone young and healthy, was seen as giving back what was lost. But not just anyone's blood would do. It had to come from someone pure. That's where the idea of innocence came in. Children in these beliefs were thought to be untouched by sin or corruption. Their bodies were young, their blood was clean. This idea wasn't based on anything physical. It came from religious and social beliefs. Adults with their sins and weariness were seen as spoiled. Children, especially those who had not yet reached puberty, were viewed as vessels of new life. Their blood became more than fluid. It became a symbol of health and renewal. The most extreme form of this belief led to rare but horrifying acts. In scattered reports from the late medieval and early modern periods, people claimed that drinking the blood of a child, or bathing in it, or applying it to the skin could cure disease. Conditions like epilepsy, paralysis, or wasting sickness were said to improve after contact with blood taken from the young. These acts were often performed in secret and justified by belief, not evidence. They were driven by fear, the kind that comes when nothing else works. Imagine a rich landowner in a remote village. He suffers from seizures that come without warning. No healer has helped. No prayer has eased the attacks. He hears from a traveler that in a far-off place, someone cured seizures with the blood of a child. He begins to ask questions. He sends for someone desperate enough to help. In a locked room, a child is brought. A cut is made. The blood is collected in a cup and handed to the landowner. He drinks. He waits. If the next seizure comes weeks later instead of days, he believes the cure worked. No one talks about the child's suffering. No one questions the cost. The practice, while rare, existed in a gray space between medicine, ritual, and crime. In some places, it was part of whispered stories. In others, it was condemned outright. Religious authorities spoke against it, but belief moved faster than law. When people are desperate, they don't always wait for approval. They act. And in times of plague, famine, or war, when death is everywhere and normal treatments fail, the line between cure and cruelty thins. Bloodletting was already common in those times. Doctors used leeches or knives to draw blood from the sick, believing it would balance the humors. If too much hot blood built up, it had to be removed. That idea made sense to people who had no understanding of circulation or immunity. But when letting out blood didn't help, they turned to taking it in. They believed a weak body could be strengthened by receiving blood from someone stronger. The innocent were simply the most extreme version of that idea. In some cases, the blood wasn't taken from the living. People tried to collect it from freshly dead children. They believed the body still held power, especially if the child had died without sin. They would take the blood and use it in salves or potions. Sometimes it was mixed with wine or milk. Sometimes it was painted directly onto the skin. The belief was that the life force was still present, even after death, and that it could be transferred. There are scattered reports of older people paying for the blood of infants, especially in times of plague. They didn't always kill or harm the child. A small cut would be made, and the blood taken by force or persuasion. Poor families were sometimes pressured to give up a child's blood in exchange for money, food, or protection. That kind of transaction wasn't called healing, it was called survival. But it always came with risk. Even small cuts in unclean settings could lead to infection or death, especially in a child. There were also stories, some true, some exaggerated, of nobles bathing in the blood of virgins to preserve youth. The most infamous of these is the case of Elizabeth Bathory, a Hungarian countess accused of killing young girls for their blood. Her case became legend, with claims she bathed in blood to stay beautiful. Whether that part was true or added later doesn't change the fact that the idea was present in the culture. People believed blood could restore life, and the younger the donor, the stronger the effect. None of these practices had any medical benefit. Drinking blood does not cure disease. Bathing in it does not preserve youth. Applying it to the skin does not stop illness. The body doesn't work that way. Blood is tissue. It carries oxygen and nutrients, but only inside the system that made it. Once it's outside, it breaks down. It becomes a medium for bacteria. Drinking it can cause nausea, infection, or worse. Rubbing it on skin does nothing except spread germs. The idea that someone's life can move into you through blood has no basis in fact. But people didn't know that. They saw death all around them. Children died young, adults died younger. Illness had no clear cause. The few who lived long lives were seen as lucky or blessed. If someone claimed their secret was the blood of the innocent, the story would spread. Some would copy it. Others would stay quiet, even if they suspected something was wrong. Most people never took part in these acts. The idea was rare and feared even in its own time. But it existed, tucked into the edges of belief, just real enough to become legend. It stands now as a warning of how far desperation can go and how easily people will mistake ritual for cure when fear takes over reason. It also shows that not all folk medicine came from a place of healing. Some came from power and from the terrible things people will do when they think their life matters more than someone else's. Tying frog legs around the neck was once believed to help with gout. It sounds strange now, but it was part of a long list of folk treatments using animals, especially frogs and toads. Gout causes intense pain, often in the feet or joints. The pain comes on fast and hard, sometimes so bad a bedsheet feels too heavy. Before modern medicine, people didn't know what caused it. They blamed diet, bad air, or a buildup of humors. When pain came suddenly, they reached for whatever tradition said might help. That's where the frog came in. Frogs were seen as creatures that could draw things out of the body. People thought they soaked up poison. Their cold, wet bodies were linked to dampness, and dampness was often blamed for swelling or pain. The idea was not to eat the frog, but to use it like a sponge. A common method was to kill a frog, cut off the back legs, and tie them with string or thread. The legs were placed against the skin, often against the throat, near the base of the neck, and left there for hours. In some cases, the legs were tied while still twitching. People thought the movement helped pull the illness from the blood. The logic, if you can call it that, followed the belief that disease could be drawn out by touch. Just like a poultice might pull pus from a wound, the frog legs were thought to pull gout from the joints. Tying them around the neck was not because gout occurred there, but because the neck was close to major veins and arteries. The thinking was that the frog legs could intercept bad humors as they moved through the blood. Some thought the closer the legs were to the pulse, the better the cure. None of this holds up. Gout is caused by uric acid crystals forming in the joints. These crystals come from the breakdown of purines in the body. The condition is tied to diet, kidney function, and genetics. No animal part can draw the crystals out through the skin, but at the time, the explanation sounded good enough. The pain was mysterious and brutal. If someone tied frog legs around their neck and the pain faded, they believed it worked. But gout comes in flares. The pain rises and falls over days or weeks. If the legs were tied on at the peak and removed as the pain passed, it looked like a cure. The problems came quickly. Frogs carry bacteria and parasites. Their skin harbors salmonella and other microbes. When the legs were tied raw against human skin, especially broken or irritated skin, bacteria had a clear path inside. Some people developed fevers or rashes after using the cure. Others became weak or ill. But instead of blaming the frog, they blamed the disease. Some said the sickness had to get worse before it got better. That made the side effects seem like part of the healing. Picture a man in his 50s with gout swelling his toe. He limps to the local healer. She brings out a live frog, cuts it, and ties the legs with twine. The smell is strong, wet skin, blood, and pond water. She presses the legs to his neck and binds them with cloth. He sits in a chair for hours, sweating. The next day, the pain in his toe has dropped a little. He believes the frog helped. What he doesn't realize is the gout was already beginning to fade. Meanwhile, the skin under the frog legs is red. A few more days and the redness spreads. The man now has a fever, but believes it's the gout shifting. He repeats the treatment. Other variations of the cure included placing whole frogs on the body. Some were cut open and laid directly on the swollen joint. The frogs were used like poultices, wrapped in cloth or tied in place. People said the frogs would die for the patient, absorbing the illness until they turned stiff or dry. This belief was tied to the idea of sacrifice. If the frog died in place of the person, the illness was thought to pass with it. But in reality, the frog died because it was out of water and under pressure. The illness stayed. There were also stories that the frog had to be found in a certain place, by a stream, under a specific moon phase, or caught without speaking a word. These added layers of ritual gave the practice weight. It made people believe the cure was serious and specific, but the added rules didn't make it safer. Raw frog parts on human skin carried the same risk no matter how the frog was caught. The smell alone was a problem. Rotting frog flesh, especially when tied close to the nose, caused nausea. People sometimes fainted or vomited. That was sometimes taken as a sign the treatment was working, that the illness was being drawn out. But that confusion between symptom and sign is common in old remedies. When something causes a reaction, people assume it has power. They don't always ask if that power is harmful. Children with joint pain were sometimes given this treatment. The idea of using frogs was so accepted in some areas that no one thought to ask if the cure was worse than the illness. In truth, children exposed to raw frog tissue could develop serious infections. Their immune systems were not ready for that kind of exposure, but parents believed they were doing the right thing. The frog cure came from grandparents or village healers. It had history. That made it hard to question. No part of the frog contains anything that can treat gout. The flesh doesn't reduce uric acid. The skin doesn't break down crystals. There's no chemical pathway from frog to joint. What the frog does offer is moisture, cold, and distraction. The wet legs might cool the skin just as a cold cloth would. That could provide momentary relief. But any relief came from temperature, not from magic or medicine. And cold compresses work just as well without the risk of infection or smell. Some folk cures survive because they seem harmless. Others survive because people want to believe in something outside the reach of science. Tying frog legs to the neck feels like action. It gives people a sense of control. When you're in pain and nothing helps, even a bad cure feels better than no cure. but that's not the same as healing. Gout needs proper treatment: diet change, medication, hydration, and rest. No part of a frog, living or dead, offers that. It only adds mess and risk. People didn't use frogs because they were foolish. They used them because they were desperate, and desperate people will try what they can touch and see. A frog is easy to find, cheap, and strange enough to feel like it might work. The stranger the cure, the stronger the hope. That's how the legs ended up around the neck, pressed against veins, wrapped in cloth, carried in silence. But no matter how tight the twine or how old the belief, gout stayed where it was, waiting for the body to do what the frog never could. Rubbing ashes from saints' relics on the skin was once seen as a holy act. It wasn't about medicine, at least not in the way we understand it today. The belief came from faith. People thought the remains of holy men and women carried spiritual power. That power was supposed to transfer through contact. If someone had a rash, a sore, or a fever, rubbing in ashes was thought to bring healing, not from the ash itself, but from the saint's presence within it. In this view, the ashes were not just dust, they were a link to the divine. In many cases, these ashes came from bones burned long after death. Sometimes it was wood or cloth from objects that touched a relic. People treated these remains with deep respect. They kept them in churches or shrines. When someone became sick, a relative might scrape a tiny amount of ash from the reliquary or take some from an object said to have touched a saint's body. They mixed it with water or oil and rubbed it onto the skin. They prayed while doing it. They often lit candles. The act was part of a ritual. The ash by itself did nothing. To understand why people did this, you have to think about how they saw illness. For many centuries, sickness wasn't just a physical problem. It was a sign of imbalance, punishment, or a test of faith. If a child developed sores or a man broke out in a fever, the cause might be seen as spiritual. Evil spirits, sinful acts, or curses were blamed. If sickness came from the soul, then healing had to come from a holy source. That made relics powerful. They didn't work like herbs or salves. They worked by grace. At least that's what people believed. Imagine a woman with a spreading rash on her arms. She's tried herbal compresses. She's bathed in cold water. Nothing has worked. Her neighbor tells her to visit the church. There, the priest opens a small box said to hold the bone fragments of a long-dead saint. The woman kneels and prays. The priest takes a pinch of fine ash from a silver tray, mixes it with oil, and marks her skin with a cross. She leaves, hopeful. Days later, the rash fades. She gives thanks. She tells others. But what if the rash was already on the way out? What if it was eczema or an allergic reaction and just needed time to calm down? In her mind, the ash cured her. That story will pass on. Sometimes these ashes weren't even from the actual body of a saint. They came from wood chips, bits of cloth, or dirt from a grave. Anything linked to a holy person could be treated as sacred. Sellers took advantage of that. In markets across medieval Europe, you could buy so-called relics for a few coins. Some were real, others fake. People bought them anyway. The object mattered less than the belief behind it. That belief gave the ash meaning. It turned plain dust into a cure. No part of this process involved science. There was no understanding of infection, bacteria, or immune response. If someone had an infected cut and rubbed it with ash, it might get worse. Ash is made of carbon, minerals, and residue from whatever was burned. It's dry, gritty, and non-sterile. It clings to wounds and mixes with sweat. That creates a surface where bacteria can grow. In some cases, the ash caused irritation. Skin broke open, not because of the illness, but because of the treatment. Still, the person might try again, thinking they had not believed hard enough. There were also cases where the ashes came from the burned bones of animals or strangers. These were passed off as saintly remains. The person receiving the ash didn't know. They assumed it held power. But even if it came from a real saint, the ash had no medical effect. It carried no healing properties. It was just calcium, soot, and dust. The healing, if any, came from belief, rest, or coincidence. In some places, ash was applied not only to skin problems, but also to the forehead during illness. People believed it protected against further harm. That's why ashes became part of some religious traditions, like marking the forehead on Ash Wednesday. But that practice is symbolic, not curative. It reminds people of their mortality, not their health. The The same can't be said of older folk practices, where ashes were used as actual treatment. Children were often the ones brought to receive ashes. Parents didn't understand why a child cried at night, wouldn't eat, or had a rash that spread. Doctors were rare or expensive. Saints offered hope. If the child recovered, the ash got the credit. If the child died, it was seen as God's will. Either way, the ash never got the blame. Relics also played a role in public health crises. During plagues, people paraded bones and ashes through the streets. They believed this would stop the disease. They smeared ash on doors or rubbed it on their chests. These actions didn't stop the spread. Rats and fleas moved freely. People gathered in tight groups to pray and share relics. That only made infection worse. But at the time, no one saw the connection. They believed they were doing all they could. The ashes gave them comfort. They gave a sense of control in a time when nothing else made sense. In some recorded cases, ash mixed with oil was used as an ointment. This made it stick better to the skin, but oil traps heat and moisture. When applied to an open sore, it creates a perfect spot for infection. The ash adds grit and bacteria. Instead of healing, it slows the body's natural repair. The person may feel relief for a moment, especially if the mixture is cool, but the wound worsens. Again, this wasn't always noticed. If the person died, the ash wasn't questioned. If they lived, the ash was praised. The practice of using saints' relics to heal wasn't limited to ashes. People drank water that touched a relic. They wore scraps of cloth said to carry a saint's blessing. But ash had a unique role. It was easy to store, easy to carry, and lasted a long time. A small amount could be used again and again. That made it a common choice for skin problems, headaches, or fever. It looked like medicine. It acted like ritual. It became both. In truth, the benefit was psychological. The person believed they had done something. That belief had power, just not the kind that killed bacteria or closed wounds. When someone puts faith into a ritual, they feel stronger. That feeling can change behavior. They rest more. They worry less. They let time do the healing. But the ash itself, whether from bone, wood, or cloth, offers no help to the body. It does not enter the bloodstream. It does not kill germs. It does not reduce swelling. It just sits on the skin. The use of saintly ash faded as medical knowledge grew. But the stories still linger. People remember a grandmother who swore by it, a church that once offered it during sickness, a time when it seemed to work. But memory often leaves out the full picture. The body has its own pace for healing. And ash, no matter how sacred, cannot change that pace. It only gives the illusion that something outside us holds the cure. People have eaten clay for centuries. In many places, it was used as a folk cure for stomach pain, nausea, or diarrhea. The habit shows up across different cultures and times. It's called geophagy. The belief behind it is simple. The earth settles the stomach. If something feels wrong inside, eating clay is supposed to absorb the bad part and calm things down. Some people even say it cleanses out the gut. The idea sounds natural. Clay comes from the earth. It has a smooth texture. It sticks together. That makes it feel safe. But eating clay doesn't fix digestive problems. It creates new ones. Clay is made of fine minerals. The structure allows it to bind with certain things, like water or oils. That's why it's used in pottery and construction. It holds shape. It dries hard. Some types of clay, like bentonite, do absorb toxins in controlled settings. That's why they're used in industrial filters or cosmetics. But inside the body, clay behaves differently. It doesn't know what to bind. It can trap useful minerals like iron or calcium and carry them out of the body. Over time, that leads to nutrient loss. The body stops getting what it needs. People who eat clay regularly often show signs of anemia, fatigue, or weak bones. They may not connect those problems to the clay, but it's there, working quietly against them. The texture of clay adds to the issue. It feels soft when wet, but it dries hard. Inside the gut, clay can clump. It can form small, solid masses. These masses slow digestion and block normal movement. The body can't break them down. They just sit there. If enough builds up, the intestine narrows. That causes cramping, bloating, or constipation. In serious cases, the blockage needs surgery. This isn't rare. Hospitals have treated patients for clay-related impaction. The blockage causes pain that feels worse than the original stomach issue the clay was meant to treat. People often start eating clay because they feel off. Their stomach hurts. They feel hungry all the time but don't want food. They're pregnant and queasy. They feel something is wrong inside. In some places, especially rural areas, eating dirt or clay becomes the go-to solution. Sometimes a family member recommends it. Sometimes it's seen as tradition. Small pieces of white clay are sold at markets in some parts of the world. They're shaped like candy or chalk. They look clean, but that doesn't mean they are. Natural clay often contains lead, arsenic, or parasites. These don't go away just because the clay looks white. Washing doesn't remove them. Boiling doesn't help. These heavy metals enter the bloodstream and collect in bones or organs. They do their damage slowly. Lead affects the brain and nervous system. Arsenic harms the liver and heart. Children and pregnant women face the greatest risks. In many cases, they're the ones eating the most clay. They believe it protects them. In fact, it puts them in danger. Picture a pregnant woman in a rural area. She's told that clay will stop her nausea and help the baby grow strong. She buys a bag from the local market. She eats small bits each day. At first, she feels better. The clay soaks up the sour taste in her mouth. It settles the acid. But weeks later, her iron levels drop. She's tired, dizzy, and pale. The doctor blames pregnancy. The clay never comes up in the conversation. Later, the baby is born early and underweight. No one sees the link, but it's there, hidden in the habit that was supposed to help. Some types of clay are labeled as food grade. These are sold online as detox aids or natural cures. But the term food grade isn't always regulated. There's no clear rule on what counts. Some sellers bake or dry the clay to reduce moisture. Others don't. Even if the clay comes from a clean source, it still carries the same risk. It can bind nutrients. It can harden inside the gut. And it offers no real benefit. There's no condition that clay treats better than safe medicine or proper food. People also report craving clay. They say it tastes good or smells comforting. This points to a condition called pica. It's a disorder where people eat non-food items, clay, chalk, dirt, ice, even soap. Pica often appears during pregnancy or in people with nutrient deficiencies. It's a signal that something is off in the body. But instead of fixing the lack of iron or zinc, the person eats more clay. That makes the deficiency worse. It becomes a loop. The cure feeds the cause. In some cultures, eating clay carries meaning. It's tied to tradition, community, or identity. It may start as a family practice or a rite of passage. That makes it hard to question. Saying no to clay can feel like turning your back on your roots. That's one reason the practice continues, even when people know the risks. They weigh the physical harm against social value. In tight-knit places, tradition often wins. Clay is also used in animals. Farmers sometimes add small amounts to livestock feed to reduce diarrhea. But these uses are controlled. The clay is mixed with other ingredients. The amount is precise. The goal is clear. Even then, it's used for short periods, not long-term. Humans taking handfuls of raw clay from the ground and eating it daily are not following the same rules. There's no dose, no standard, no check. Some say clay works because it's natural. But nature doesn't guarantee safety. Hemlock is natural, so is mercury. Clay is not poison in itself, but it can carry poison. It can act like a sponge in the wrong way, soaking up the good and holding in the bad. That makes it dangerous. The body can't digest it. It passes through, collecting things on the way. If it grabs the wrong stuff, like iron or calcium, you end up weaker. If it grabs toxins and holds them in the gut, you absorb them slowly. That causes long-term damage. There are better ways to treat stomach problems. If digestion feels off, look at food, hydration, or gut bacteria. If nausea keeps coming back, see a doctor. If there's a craving for earth or clay, check iron and zinc levels. The craving may come from the body trying to fix itself the wrong way. That happens. The body gives strange signals. But eating clay doesn't solve the signal. It dulls it and adds new problems. A practice may feel old and trusted, but that doesn't make it safe. What people once did in hope, we now can test. And the tests show clay doesn't help. It harms. People have used all kinds of things to treat bruises. One old method involved rubbing dead animal fat directly on the skin. The idea was simple. A bruise is a dark, swollen mark caused by blood leaking under the skin. It looks worse than it is most of the time, but it hurts. Animal fat was believed to draw out the bruise, reduce swelling, or help blood flow return to normal. Some believed the warmth and heaviness of the fat helped break up the clot under the skin. Others thought the fat had healing properties of its own, especially if it came from a strong or fast animal. It was used in rural areas where access to medical care was limited, and ingredients had to come from the land or the barn. People used pig fat, goose grease, bear lard, or even tallow from cows. The fat was scraped from a carcass, melted down, and stored in jars or crocks. When someone had a bruise, the fat was warmed slightly and applied thick over the area. A piece of cloth or linen was wrapped over the top to keep it in place. In winter, the fat hardened quickly and stuck to the skin. In summer, it melted and soaked through the wrap. In both cases, the fat sat there for hours. Sometimes it was left overnight. If the person still hurt, they repeated the process the next day. This was not done for comfort. Fat smells when left out. It goes rancid fast unless treated with salt or stored cold. When applied to the body, it mixed with sweat, dirt, and skin oil. The wrap held everything close. If there was a cut or scrape near the bruise, the fat sealed it off. That trapped bacteria inside. Infection followed. Redness, heat, pus, and pain came next. Still, many people swore by it. They remembered it pulling out the bruise. They thought the color faded faster, but bruises fade on their own. Most last a week or two, changing from dark purple to green, then yellow, then gone. If someone saw that change after using fat, they assumed it worked. Imagine a farmhand kicked by a horse. His thigh swells and darkens. He limps back to the house. His grandmother heats up a tin of lard on the stove. She smears it across his leg and ties it in place with a strip of torn cotton. He lies down, the fat sticking to his skin. The next day, the bruise has spread, which is normal. He applies more fat. By day 3, it starts to fade. He credits the fat, but the bruise would have faded anyway. What he doesn't see is the red patch around the edges. The skin itches. A few days later, he needs help for the infection that's taken hold. That part doesn't always make it into the story. Dead animal fat contains microbes. Even clean-looking fat carries bacteria. Killing the animal does not sterilize it. If the fat isn't processed properly, germs remain. When placed on unbroken skin, the risk is lower. But even minor skin damage, a scratch, a small crack, lets bacteria in. Wraps create warmth and moisture. Bacteria thrive in those conditions. Fat breaks down over time. It turns sour. That gives bacteria more fuel. The skin underneath becomes soft, swollen, and more prone to tearing. Any benefit the fat may have offered is lost in the larger risk of infection. Some claimed that different fats had different powers. Bear fat was for strength. Pig fat was for softness. Goose grease was for deep bruises. In truth, all animal fats share a basic makeup. They contain triglycerides, some fatty acids, and small amounts of fat-soluble vitamins. They can act as a barrier. They can soften skin, but they do not heal bruises. No compound in lard removes pooled blood under the skin. No grease speeds healing. If the fat is warm, it may increase blood flow slightly. That might bring a small benefit, but warm water or a cloth would do the same thing without the infection risk. Sometimes herbs were mixed into the fat. Comfrey, plantain, or yarrow were common. These herbs were thought to reduce swelling or help tissue repair. That practice made more sense than using fat alone. But again, the base was still raw animal fat. The herbs may have added value, but the fat still carried the same problems. People didn't separate the ingredients in their minds. If the mixture helped, they praised the fat. If it hurt, they blamed the bruise. The fat stayed in use. Children were often treated this way. They fall, bruise an elbow, and cry. A parent reaches for a jar. A thick coat of fat goes on. The child quiets down. The fat smells strong, but the child thinks it must be helping. This becomes the memory. The pain fades, the bruise fades, and the fat gets the credit. That's how folk cures pass on. The outcome becomes the proof. The risk is hidden. If the child gets sick days later, it's blamed on something else. A bad meal, the weather, not the fat. Fat was easy to get. It was part of the animal people already killed for food. Nothing went to waste. Using fat for healing was practical, not just superstitious. It was on hand. People used what they had. But ease of access does not equal safety. If a method works just once, it becomes a tradition. If it causes harm only sometimes, the harm gets ignored. In the past, people didn't always connect infection with the treatment. Germ theory was not widely known. Redness or fever was thought to be part of the healing process. or a sign that more treatment was needed. People also used fat for burns, frostbite, rashes, and dry skin. In some cases, it did help keep skin moist, but bruises happen under the skin. They are not caused by dryness. Putting fat on the surface may make the skin feel better, but it does nothing for the blood trapped underneath. Compression, elevation, and time work better. Ice helps early on, heat helps later. Fat adds mess and risk, not speed or relief. The belief in fat as a healing agent speaks to a time when science wasn't available and observation was all people had. When you see something fade, you guess at the cause. If you remember using fat and then feeling better, that's enough. The brain fills in the gaps. But today we know more. We can test and measure. We can see bacteria under a microscope. We can trace infection to its source. That makes it clear why applying dead animal fat to bruises was not just ineffective, but dangerous. Still, the stories linger. Some still say it worked for them. But working once is not the same as being safe. And when the price is infection, it's worth rethinking what old remedies are still worth keeping around. Some old remedies sound simple, but carry hidden risks. One such practice is putting garlic into the ear to treat headaches. People believed garlic could draw out pain or pressure. The idea spread through word of mouth, passed down in families or small communities. It was common in places where access to doctors was limited. People used what they had. Garlic was easy to find and cheap. It grew in the garden or sat in the kitchen. It smelled strong, looked healthy, and had a long history of use in folk cures. That made it seem powerful. But placing garlic in the ear is not the same as eating it or rubbing it on skin. The ear is a delicate part of the body. Garlic can irritate or burn tissue. It can also trap moisture and bacteria. What starts as a small home remedy can end in damage or infection. Garlic contains allicin. That is the compound that gives it the sharp smell and taste. Allicin has some antimicrobial properties. It can kill some bacteria and fungi on surfaces or in lab tests. This led people to believe garlic could help with infection or inflammation. But what works in a petri dish does not always work in the body, especially not in the ear, where tissue is thin and sensitive. Raw garlic can cause chemical burns. It can break the skin inside the ear canal. That opens the door to more bacteria. It also causes swelling, pain, and fluid buildup. Once that starts, the original headache becomes the least of the problems. Headaches come from many causes. Some are tension headaches, some come from sinus pressure. Others result from migraines or dehydration. In older times, people did not know the difference. Any head pain became a reason to try something fast and local. If the pain was near the ear, they might think the ear was the problem. Garlic, being a strong-smelling plant known to fight illness, seemed like a natural answer. So they peeled a clove, maybe sliced it, and placed it in the outer ear. Sometimes they wrapped it in cloth or gauze, sometimes they did not. The person then lay still, waiting for the garlic to work. In some cases, the headache passed, but that might have happened anyway. Many headaches go away on their own. Others lessen after rest, food, or water. When people felt better, they gave credit to the garlic. They told friends and family. The story spread. But in other cases, the garlic caused new problems. The oils soaked into the ear canal, causing redness or itching. Pieces of garlic got stuck. Some people pushed the garlic in too far. That pressure irritated the eardrum. In rare cases, the garlic slipped behind the ear canal and became lodged. This led to swelling and fluid buildup. Infections followed. Imagine someone trying this remedy at home. They have a pounding headache. They remember their aunt saying garlic in the ear helps. They take a clove, slice it in half, and place it inside the ear opening. It stings at first, but they lie down and wait. After 20 minutes, the pain is still there, but now the ear burns too. They remove the garlic. The skin inside is red and feels hot. Later that night, the ear swells shut. Fluid leaks out. The next day, the headache is gone, but now they have an ear infection. They need antibiotics. The simple cure became a trip to the clinic. Garlic also carries mold and dirt if not cleaned well. Putting it raw into the ear introduces microbes. Even if the garlic kills some bacteria, it can let others grow. The ear is warm and moist. It becomes a good place for bacteria to multiply. Once an infection starts, symptoms can include pain, fluid, pressure, ringing, and hearing loss. Left untreated, these infections may damage the eardrum or spread deeper. That makes it clear. The risks outweigh the possible gain. A treatment that solves one problem but causes another, more serious one, is not worth it. Some versions of the garlic remedy try to avoid direct contact. They wrap the garlic in cloth or dip it in oil first. These methods may reduce the sting, but they do not remove the risk. Oil traps heat. It can soften the garlic and release more of its chemicals. Cloth may block large pieces but does not keep oils from reaching the skin. And placing anything inside the ear, even loosely, can block airflow. That changes the balance of moisture and temperature. It creates a closed environment that encourages bacterial growth. There are safer ways to use garlic. Eating it can support general health. Rubbing it on the skin may help with some minor issues, although even that can cause burns. But the ear is not designed to take foreign objects. The canal is narrow and lined with skin over bone. It does not have fat or muscle to cushion injury. Once damaged, it takes time to heal. And while the body can recover from many things, repeated irritation makes healing harder. That is why even small burns inside the ear can cause long-term problems. Many people who tried this remedy meant well. They wanted relief without pills. They trusted stories from family. They valued natural cures. Those are all reasonable goals. But natural does not always mean safe. Arsenic is natural. So is poison ivy. Garlic, when used in the wrong place, can be more harm than help. That includes the ear. Folk medicine often worked by trial and error. When something seemed to help, people remembered. When it hurt, they sometimes forgot or didn't talk about it. That leaves a one-sided view of history. Some old books and home remedy guides still mention this practice. They do not always include warnings. That leads new readers to try it without knowing the risks. It might sound harmless. Garlic is food. The ear is small, but the two do not belong together. People who feel a headache should rest, hydrate, or use a cold compress. If the pain stays or gets worse, they should see a doctor. Inserting garlic into the ear won't solve the root cause of a headache. It might distract or soothe by smell or warmth, but it doesn't fix the issue. At best, it gives false hope. At worst, it leads to injury. You can see how such a remedy might gain traction. It uses no tools, it costs nothing. It sounds clever, using something from the kitchen to fix a health problem. That kind of logic appeals to many, but logic must meet biology. The body has rules. Ears need to stay clean and dry. They should not hold herbs, oils, or roots. Garlic, as strong as it smells and as long as it's been used, is not made for this job. The stories might still circle around, told with warmth and trust, but the practice itself does not hold up. What helped one person one time may not help the next. And when it comes to ears, the margin for error is small. Some folk cures sound strange. Drinking horse saliva is one of them. People used to believe it could treat illness or give strength. There is no real proof for these claims. Still, in some rural areas, especially in older times, folks tried it when they had no other options. The idea likely came from watching animals. Horses are strong and live long lives. They can survive tough weather and hard work. People thought their strength might pass on through fluids like saliva. But what sounds like wisdom passed down may instead be misunderstanding or desperation. Horse saliva is not magic. It is just a mix of water, enzymes, and bacteria. Saliva helps horses chew and digest. It keeps their mouths wet and breaks down food. It also holds a wide range of bacteria. Some are harmless, some are not. Horses lick, chew, and bite. Their mouths are not clean. When people drink horse saliva, they are also drinking whatever germs live in it. There is no way to avoid this. You cannot pasteurize horse saliva without destroying what makes it horse saliva. You would end up with heated goo. The idea of it being a tonic depends on it being raw and unchanged. That makes it even riskier. In old folk tales, people may have seen a sick person get better after drinking horse saliva. This does not mean the saliva helped. It could mean the illness was already ending. Many things get better on their own. A mild cold, a cough, a stomach bug. If someone drinks something odd and then feels better, they may think the two are linked. This is a classic case of post hoc fallacy. Just because B follows A does not mean A caused B. But these stories spread. A neighbor tries it, then a cousin, then someone swears it healed their uncle's sore throat. Folk cures grow like that. One story leads to 10. After a while, it seems normal in that place and time. Imagine a rural village with no doctor. A child gets sick. Fever, no appetite. The parents panic. They remember an old story from a grandparent. They bring the child to the stable. The old mare chews hay. They hold the bowl under her mouth and wait. Saliva drips, not much. They collect it and pour it into a cup. The child drinks. It tastes like wet grass and metal. The next day, the fever breaks. The parents believe the saliva worked. They tell others. But maybe the fever broke on its own. Maybe it was a virus that passed naturally. Horses can carry bacteria like Streptococcus equi, which causes strangles. They can have salmonella in their mouths. Even healthy-looking horses may carry disease. Humans and horses are not built the same. Our immune systems do not handle their microbes well. Drinking horse saliva could cause fever, vomiting, diarrhea, or worse. There are no studies on safe doses. There are no guidelines. People just guessed. That adds more risk. Unlike fermented drinks or herbal teas, this practice has no standard method. Each attempt is different. Someone might try to argue that the enzymes in horse saliva offer benefits. Saliva contains enzymes like amylase and lipase, which help digest starches and fats. But these enzymes are common in many animals, including humans. You do not need a horse to get them, and once swallowed, stomach acid breaks them down quickly. The body does not absorb them in any useful way. Any claim about enzymes helping health would fall apart under close inspection. The small amount you get, the damage from digestion, and the risks from bacteria outweigh any tiny gain. People also believed that horses had healing energy. That being near them, touching them, or using parts of their body could help the sick. This belief is part of animism, where nature and animals hold spirit power. In that view, the horse is more than an animal. It is a force of health. Drinking its saliva becomes a ritual. But rituals are about belief, not biology. They offer comfort, not cures. A person may feel better after doing it, but the change comes from the mind, not the fluid. Horse saliva also has a foamy texture. It clings to the mouth. Drinking it could cause gagging. In some cases, it may have led to choking, especially in weak or ill people. The texture, combined with the bacteria, makes it a poor choice even among folk remedies. Compare it to garlic, honey, or herbal steam. Those may not always help, but they do not usually hurt. Horse saliva, on the other hand, carries direct risk, and unlike alcohol-based tinctures or boiled teas, it cannot be purified. It must be used raw. That adds to the problem. You also have to think about how the saliva is collected. A horse may not want to stand still while someone holds a bowl under its mouth. The animal could kick or bite, it could step on someone's foot. The process is awkward and slow. Saliva forms in small amounts. To get a full cup, you would need a long time and a very patient horse. That makes it even more impractical. If someone is sick and weak, they do not have time to wait around a stable collecting dribble. In the rare cases when this practice was recorded, it was often linked to other rituals. Some involved chanting. Others asked the person to fast before or after drinking. These steps created a sense of seriousness. The ritual became a form of hope. It was something to do when nothing else worked. In that way, horse saliva was less of a cure and more of a last resort. It was never a first choice. It was something people did when they were scared, poor, and without other means. That context matters. Today, we understand germs better. We know how bacteria spread. We know the risks of consuming fluids from animals. But people still chase folk cures. They hope for something simple, natural, and powerful. They turn away from medicine and toward old stories. That desire is human, but it can lead to harm. Drinking horse saliva is not only unlikely to help, it is likely to cause illness. There is no clean way to do it. There is no proven benefit. The idea may have comforted people in the past, but now it mostly reminds us how far we've come. If someone still wants to try it, they would need access to a calm horse, a safe space, and a method to gather fresh saliva. They would need to drink it quickly before bacteria multiply. They would need to avoid any horse showing signs of illness. Even then, it would be a gamble. The outcome could be anything from nothing to nausea to infection. Folk medicine often used what was available. In that sense, horse saliva made a kind of sense if you had a horse and no other options. But today, it holds no real place in healing. It serves more as a story of what people once believed and how far belief alone can take us, for better or worse.